Why is my okay? Okay.
See, it's going to close the room.
We cannot hear.
Thank you very much, Program Director and the organizers of this conference who work in the background to ensure that we have a successful event. I'd want to also appreciate the partner institutions that have been gracing this occasion or event since day one. So, colleagues, we're in our third day. If we also include the postgraduate workshop that took place 2 days back. But for the main conference, this is our second day. So I would want to welcome you all and also to appreciate your resilience. It's not easy to keep showing up after maybe ensuring that this event is a success in the past 2 days. So your resilience is much appreciated. Let me start by introducing myself briefly. My name is Trinos Gumbo. I'm a full professor at the University of Johannesburg, specializing in smart and sustainable cities. And I'm also a head of school for civil engineering in the built environment. So, Dr. Popola, I don't know, I see my biography here. So we're going to skip it. I thought someone was going to go through it, but it's fine. It's in the program. We can get time really to go through that to know me better. And we can also talk after the event around. Today, this morning, we're going to have welcome remarks from representatives of partner institutions. Thereafter, we're going to have two keynote speeches from two, say, experts in the field. So I think we're right on time. We're right on time. So I would want to um, uh, call upon Professor Natasha Poticha, who is the Executive Dean for the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture within the University of Venda. I'm going to give them, I think there are 4 representatives of the partner institutions. There are 4 representatives that we have on our program of the partner institutions that are part of this wonderful conference on resilient cities and communities, where we strive to adapt to climate change and beyond. I know discussions, very fruitful ones, have been taking place around how do we adapt or how do we mitigate climate change in our cities? How do we also ensure that we find ways of working around climate change in our communities? One would talk about regions, cities and regions, or cities and communities. So it's very interesting that the theme of the conference is very comprehensive. It touches on any corner of the world. One could say, starting with the global south, where we have so many issues. And one could also say we have similar issues, although at different scales within the other regions or within the other, scales, like, for example, the global north, or some would try and categorize and say we also have transitional worlds. We also have developing, depending on how you classify these different regions. So yes, I would want to check if Professor Natasha is on the, yes, I can see she's online. Let me check. Doc, I'm sure I'm correct. There is a, no, there is a biography.
Could
I don't see it. It's not there. Okay, thank you very much. I just want to confirm if we had a biography of Professor Natasha Poticha from the University of Venda. I would ask her to introduce herself before she gives a welcome remarks to the delegates here present and also those who are online, as she, in a way, welcomes all of us and ensure that we feel comfortable in this event. As I know the University of Venda has been a very religious partner in this conference for the past 3, I'd say, legs that we have done this conference. So they are very, very loyal. So I'm sure the executive dean is very excited to give the welcome remarks. Can you check, Professor Natasha? Are you able to talk?
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear my voice? Actually, it's Dr. Emmanuel Mhlongo will be representing Professor Natasha.
Yes, I can hear you. Doc.
Yes, yes. Yeah, she was just called this morning to a very urgent strategic meeting, so she requested that I read out her welcoming remarks.
All right.
So, yes.
No, that's perfect. I will allow you around 5 minutes to
All
do
right.
that. Yeah, between 5 and 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Doc. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Yes, as I've just indicated briefly, my name is Piwe Emmanuel Mhlongo. I'm the head of the Department of Earth Sciences in the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture at the University of Venda. I am actually standing in for Professor Potgieter, who was called to attend to a very strategic meeting urgently now. So she couldn't in person come to actually read out her welcoming remarks. So I will actually be doing that on her behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the University of Venda, Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, I would like to extend warm greetings to all delegates here present, both physically and visually. Welcome to this plenary session of today of the
Sorry, Doc.
Inclusive Cities. Yes.
Sorry, Doc. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you to show your video.
Oh, I thought it was showing.
It wasn't. Thank you very much.
Is it showing now?
No, it's not showing. Just check above your screen. There will be a switch. Maybe push it to the left or right. I think your camera is covered.
I've just done that. Okay, left, right. Still not showing.
No.
Should I log out and come back?
You can try that, yeah.
Yeah, let me try to go out and see when I come back.
Hello, you can unmute.
Still not showing.
No, we can't see you.
Oh,
I can't see you at all.
this is so unfortunate.
Does your computer have a light next to the camera? Is it on?
Yes, it has, no, not a light per se, but there is where I can switch on and off, and I've been trying to do that.
I don't know. Maybe we should proceed.
All right. In the interest of time, Doc, please proceed. That's unfortunate, yes, but I think we can work
Yeah.
around it. Please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, I was saying on behalf of the University of Venda, the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, I would like to extend warm greetings to all delegates here present, both physically and visually. Colleagues, welcome to this plenary session of today of the Inclusive Cities Conference, packed with thought-provoking debates and conversations. First and foremost, allow me to convey my deep appreciation of the existing partnership and collaboration between the SACHI Chair on Exclusive Cities at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and an array of collaborators ranging from institutions of higher learning, which the University of Venda is part of, and the industry. Therefore, on behalf of the University of Venda, I would like to congratulate all of us on a fruitful collaboration and for successfully participating in the 3rd International Conference on Inclusive Cities. The 2025 edition of the Inclusive Cities Conference focuses on resilient cities and communities adapting to climate change. This vital collaboration provides a platform for knowledge sharing and learning for all of us. It is a great honor and privilege to be part of this collaboration on this meeting of great minds. Colleagues, climate change is one of the pandemic ravaging communities globally. This conference therefore emerges as a call to action for all sectors to put together their minds to find lasting solution to this complex global challenge. The SACHI Chair on Inclusive Cities demonstrated this possibility and the role of institutions of higher education and industry as incubators of innovative ideas on how to deal with global challenges from interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary perspectives. As we converse and deliberate on inclusivity in the context of resilience and climate change today, colleagues, I would like to congratulate and appreciate the organizers and all participants for keeping the purpose of the conference alive. Do not break the momentum. May the Inclusive City Conference continue to flourish in future and foster dialogues that enhance more partnerships, excellent pathways, and sustainable ways of dealing with contemporary global challenges in the built environment. It is my hope today that as the lined presentation concludes the 2nd and final day of the conference, we engender a renewed commitment to climate resilient strategies and inspire emerging researchers and policymakers to develop innovative ways for dealing with this global pandemic. May this community of scholars emerge as a catalyst for renewed hope to finding sustainable solutions for climate resilient communities in South Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much and welcome to today's presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel, for endorsing the 3rd leg of our Inclusive Cities and Communities Conference, and also for affirming your commitment to this partnership. We really welcome that address on behalf of Professor Natasha, the Dean, and within the University of Venda. Thank you very much for those remarks. We feel loved. We feel really the support and the excitement from that reading. Thank you very much. We hope to continue getting strong and making sure that our partnership really survives and yeah, as it grows, it keeps on growing from local partners to international partners. We know that we'll become better by each day. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Emmanuel, for that wonderful speech. We want to move on to the next representative of our partners in this conference. That's Professor Kemiki, who is Dean of School of Environmental Technology from the Federal University of Technology, Minna in Nigeria. Professor Kemiki, I hope you are here and you are going to take us through a wonderful welcome to the delegates here present and also online. Can I check if you're here, Prof?
Good morning. I am here.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, great. So I'll give you 5 minutes to welcome the delegates. Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
A very warm welcome to us all, and it's my privilege to give this message. I'm trying to share my screen. Just a minute to that. Okay, can you see my screen? All right. Can you hear me?
You,
Can you-
Yes, we can hear you.
but can you open the document, please? We can
Okay,
see the
can you
screen.
hear
But
me?
you have to open. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can you
But
see my
can you?
screen?
Yes, we can see the screen. But can you open the
Okay.
document?
Okay. Thank you very much. This is the goodwill message delivered.
The document isn't opened. I think you wanted to open something. Can you open it, please?
Oh, I thought I'm already sharing the.
Yes, yes. The screen is sharing, but the document isn't opened, please.
Oh,
Double click the document, the goodwill. We can see it, message, but it's not yet opened. Please open it.
it's open
Double
for my side.
Oh, it's still sharing.
It's still sharing.
Can you share the other screen with the open document? There's a screen that you are sharing, but it is a long list of files.
Oh, okay. I'm coming. Let me do the right thing. Okay. What about now?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you, Prof. You can go ahead. 5 minutes, please. I know
Okay.
professors, they no.
No. I will take less than 5 minutes. Well, this is a goodwill message on behalf of Federal University of Technology, MENA, presented today during the third International Conference on Inclusive City with the theme Resilient Cities and Communities, Adapting to Climate Change and Beyond, organized by the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Inclusive cities prioritize accessibility to urban infrastructure, equality, and opportunities for all categories of residents without discrimination. Africa's key challenges include inflation, debt, adequate infrastructure, climate change, and poverty. Central to this challenge, this is Africa's multi-ethnic nation, over 2,000 languages, more than 3,000 ethnic groups. I am hopeful that this conference titled Resilient Cities and Communities, Adapting to Climate Change and Beyond, we address these challenges and propose pragmatic action plans and strategies that will improve livability and inclusivity in African cities. Federal University of Technology, MENA, Nigeria, congratulates University of KwaZulu-Natal on organizing this event. I assure you of the ongoing collaborative relations between the University of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa and Federal University of Technology, MENA, Nigeria. Once again, congratulations and best wishes for a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can stop sharing. Thanks, Prof. Kemiki. That was wonderful. And as you promised, it was on point. Thank you for, I think I would say you have reaffirmed and unpacked the beyond that we're talking about today. So we're talking about climate change and beyond and other catastrophes, and you have managed also to highlight them in your welcome speech, and we really appreciate the wonderful speech that you've just given to the delegates here present and also online. So yes, he's talking about Africa. As I indicated, one could start with the global south, then you come to our continent, or one could talk about Southern Africa or West African countries. So we are the same in the global south or in the African continent. We are facing so many of these challenges beyond climate change, as indicated in our theme of the conference. So thank you very much, Prof. Kemiki, and congratulations, as indicated, to the University of KwaZulu-Natal, specifically the Search Chair for Inclusive Cities, for expanding this partnership. So we started as locals within South Africa, and now we're spreading in Southern Africa and beyond. And by beyond, I also mean West Africa. And we hope also to have East African countries, the Northern African countries to be part to this conference, and also beyond the African continent as well, bring in Europe, Asia, also Americas, and also Australia. So that's critical to ensure that we have this multiplicity of actors that bring in different expertise as we discuss issues of making sure that our cities and communities are inclusive. That's a very critical issue. As you know, that South Africa has for a long time has been talking about those three ills of unemployment, inequality, poverty, but it's beyond now. 30 years after the democratic dispensation, now we're talking about so many of these challenges that are bedelving our communities on a daily basis. So yes, let's keep on having these dialogues that can assist us to find solutions to these challenges. Thank you very much once again. Prof. Kemik, I just wanted to make that comment. Program Director, just to confirm, I know we had representatives from Malawi yesterday, but I don't know if we have someone who can welcome since they're a partner to our conference. Anyone from Malawi who can welcome the delegates as we strengthen this bond that we have created. And it's the good thing with this is like, and with academia is like we willing to do all this, and we always try to challenge ourselves. So one good thing with academia, why you go through all these 48 hours in a day, is because you choose to do it. I don't think it's 24 hours, it's 48 hours in a day, because honestly, sometimes you really feel like I've stretched myself in an hour, I've written, it really could be done in 10 hours, but I've compressed it in 1 hour. I don't know. Academics are amazing. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, amazing. What you do is really, yeah, out of this world. So since, like I said, it's voluntary, in most cases, we raise our hands to say we're part of this. I don't know if we have a volunteer from Malawi even here, just to welcome. Thank you very much. That's the spirit. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you. My name is Costa Chanza. I work for Blantyre City Council. That's the second largest city in our country, but I'm also a student at Nzuzu University. I'm privileged to be at this forum to participate in the inclusive cities. Just like Nzuzu City, we are happy to be part and parcel of the group that have organized this conference. As a key partner, the Conference for Inclusive Cities, it is important that countries should, that countries and institutions should take part in inclusive cities. We are aware that an inclusive city is one that prioritizes on the needs of the contributions of all people, fostering a just and equitable society where everyone can thrive. We need to create urban environments where all residents, regardless of background, can fully participate in and benefit from city life to ensure that equal access to all opportunities and services that are decided upon by various councils and government sectors. Now, as someone coming from Malawi, we are also ensuring that communities in our cities are participatory in various sectors of the city development. So with the academia on one side and the communities on the other side, we can join together hands to ensure that we are reaching out to all our residents. So this morning, I would like us to continue contributing to ensure that we share ideas so that we shouldn't leave anyone behind in addressing issues to do with our cities. Thank you from Malawi, Nzuzu University.
Indeed, it is very costly to achieve inclusive cities. So it's never easy, but like I said, we pledge to work towards embracing all the values, the hard work, and the pressures that come with such efforts or interventions to ensure that really we achieve inclusive cities for everyone. I like the emphasis on efforts that ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. I like that, let me say costly again, it's very costly. Oh, Mr. Chanza, soon to be Dr. Chanza. So like I indicated, I thought my persuasive skills have dried up. I realized they are still wet, and so we managed to have Mr. Chanza, who is going to be Dr. Chanza soon. And thanks for really volunteering to give welcome remarks on behalf of Malawi Mzuzu University. And again, for being here physically. I think it takes a lot of effort, just traveling from one place to the next. I specialize in transportation studies as well. It's not easy to plan a journey to move from point A to point B. Besides that, it comes with other challenges, other requirements, for example, financial resources, besides the time and all that. Have you ever thought how you think around or plan around packing your bags and making sure that everything's fine, the itinerary, getting, for example, getting to the airport in Malawi, also getting someone to pick you or connecting before even picked here at King Shaka International Airport, looking around, where's the hotel? Sometimes you don't even check the hotel name until now we are here. So by the way, what's the hotel? What's the hotel, where am I going? Because you have a lot that's going on in your life, whatever, but still, so the hotel is booked. When I get there, I will check in. So there's a lot that is involved. And that shows resilience, that shows really commitment. So thank you, Mr. Chanza, once again. And I wish you well with your PhD studies. And that monster, it's no longer a monster. Please just go through it, get done with it, and say, I'm Dr. Chanza now. No, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. I think with this commitment, yeah, soon you'll make it, especially working from the side of, is it practice, that's municipality, and also, like you indicated, we need so many actors from, we talked about institutions, be it government, non-governmental organizations, also state-owned. In other countries, they call them parastatals. But here, state-owned companies or enterprises, as well as communities. And yeah, we have so many of these institutions that should work together for us to achieve inclusive cities. Yesterday, there was a talk of traditional leaders. They are very, very critical. They are very, very critical, these traditional leaders, especially on the fringes of our cities. It's a huge problem in most African countries. It's a huge problem. Sometimes they sell the land before the municipality gets there. They are clever. Because, okay, thank you very much. Let me move on to the next representative. This is beautiful. So we're talking about East Africa, and we are represented here. So we're going to listen to Professor Magnus. That's Vice Chancellor, Nexus International University, Kampala, that's Uganda. So I think almost all regions are being represented. I think we're just left with a few. With time, we have the Comoros of the world, the Madagascars, and all that would need would need that. So we don't have that representation. Wonderful, wonderful. No, but just that keynote. Okay, that's fine. See you, Mr. Oh, wonderful. Oh, thank you very much, Program Director. So I think we're done. Let's close this session of welcome remarks. And it's good, 3 out of 4 is a distinction. It's a cum laude, although it's not a summa cum laude, but it's a cum laude by our language. So we're saying 75% is a cum laude, so we're fine. And we hope that in the next leg of our conference, we have a representative from Kampala, that's Uganda, to welcome the delegates, and also have presenters, honestly, from all these countries that are participating. And we need a very active and vibrant partnership where partners really are not dormant like in these companies these days. There are so many companies in the African continent, and some are not even registered. So we're saying let's have those companies that have papers and they are participating. Yeah, they are participating in this conference. So this is a challenge to the chairs, inclusive cities, to ensure that we have very active partners and a minimum of 5 presenters or delegates from a partner. Yeah, that will work for us. Thank you very much. So let's move on. I think we're doing so well in terms of time, right on time. But we're moving on to the keynote speeches. I didn't know that I'm very good with timekeeping. Thanks, program director. Oh, I'm saved by those who are not around. So we're going to have a keynote speech from, is it Professor Clinton? Let me read, and they are here. Is the Deputy Director General of Spatial Planning, Land Use Management in the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. We need professors in these departments as well, so don't be surprised. Yeah, it's fine. We need them, yeah, and they are already. So professorship, sometimes I don't think it's, we have the honorary nice one because they are contributing a lot. Please, let's give them these titles. Let's not be mean. They deserve them by virtue of what they are doing on a daily basis. A registered town and regional planner by profession. He holds a master's degree in town and regional planning from the University of Pretoria. He has more than 24 years of professional experience with a specific focus on strategic planning and program development and management of infrastructure and agricultural projects, including infrastructural and institutional development for rural and urban areas in South Africa. He has worked in numerous national departments, including the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, the Department of Corporation Governance and Traditional Affairs. He is currently responsible for managing and implementing the department's policies, programs, and budgets across all regions and provinces, as well as promoting integrated spatial planning and land management throughout South Africa through strategic partnerships with relevant national and international stakeholders. He represents South Africa at the UN. That's huge. And especially the GGIM and the UN, GGIM Africa, and various other high-level meetings and partnerships, particularly the SDG Data Alliance. That's critical. His current functions include administering the following national acts: Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act, the Spatial Data Infrastructure Act, the Planning Professions Act. His key areas of focus over the next 3 years are, that's wonderful, that focus or forecasting, the embedding and implementation of the recently gazetted National Spatial Development Framework 2050, which is South Africa's long-term vision for spatial planning and development. And number 2, the development of the South African spatial data infrastructure. The cornerstone of the national spatial data infrastructure will enable the integration of spatial information and into decision-making to this end. The SDG Data Alliance provides a sound basis for information and technology sharing. This work includes supporting and strengthening the Committee on Spatial Information in terms of coordination, monitoring, and development of spatial information policies, standards, and strategies across the different levels of government. So this is a wonderful biography for our keynote speaker today, the first keynote speaker. So we would want to give the keynote speaker a good 25 minutes. 25 minutes to go through their, I would say, whatever they prepared for us, and you are going to engage after they've presented. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause for our keynote speaker? It's online. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll give you an opportunity to talk to us, those here present and those online. And yeah, and it's 25 minutes as I indicated. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Wonderful. You are very. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Great. Let's start with first thing first. Clinton Hyman. There's no doctor. There's no professor. There's no need to worry that there are professors in government. Currently, I'm the acting Director General for the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. I am, as you said, I'm the co-chair of the United Nations expert group with Saudi Arabia and the United States, and that is specifically on geospatial information management. I'm also the chairperson of the Africa UNGJAM Africa region until November, until the new elections. So that's just some of the credentials that I just need to make sure I'm not being misrepresented by myself. I'm going to share my presentation now. I want to thank you, Mr. Program Director, and also want to thank the conference organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about social compacts and resilience. I'm going to share my presentation and you'll tell me if it's visible. Thank you. Is my presentation visible? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you. Your
Can hear you.
presentation is
Can
good.
hear you, and
Okay,
your
great. Then
sharing is-
I can start. Thank you. Firstly, just the outline of the presentation. I'll just do an introduction and look at the challenge of urban resilience. Then we'll look at the social contract of resilience. Just look at some geospatial pathways to resilience and how we can use geospatial to help us make our cities more resilient. Recent practices and case studies in South Africa, some geospatial enablers and policy use cases, looking at an action agenda for institutions, looking at some measurable pledges. And when I say pledges, I'm saying, how do we as a community of planners and get involved in creating the social compact in cities and have agreement with citizens and government on how do we go forward to ensure that our communities remain safe. And then in conclusion, I'll talk to the building trust in the social contract. Thank you. The first slide that you see here talks to how do we navigate these challenges. On your right-hand side, you would see a slide that's playing. This is Valiesdorp in the Western Cape in the Overberg municipality. And this is the kind of technology that's available using geospatial information to look at how do we manage climate risks in urban environments. Remember, in the past, we've spoken about the 1 in 50, the 1 in 100-year floodline. Unfortunately, due to the impact of the current climate activities that happen throughout the world, and if you really want to look at it, the risks that it poses in terms of rapid urbanization, and the expanding cities where we have huge vulnerabilities that we need to ensure are mitigated to protect our most vulnerable people. And very often, the most vulnerable are the ones that are settling in the most flood-prone areas. So if you look at this, I'm going to play it again. You'll see this is Valiesdorp, and we flew this area, we modeled it, and we're able to predict if there's a 200 millimeter rainfall for a period of 3 hours, then this is the kind of modeling, and we can start seeing these areas that I'm zooming into here now, how they flood. And you'll notice that this is an informal settlement. I don't know how clear it is on your side, but the presentation will be made available. There's uneven development of community impact. The disparities in urban development can create significant inequalities, leading to heightened exposure modular in marginalized communities. And the role of public institutions here is very, very important. We need to foster a cooperation agreement with these communities to not settle in these areas. And that's where I'm coming in with the idea of a social compact that's needed. Fine, I move to the next slide. On this one, you will see, I've just changed the picture really, but here's a drone program that we have in our department. I'll also give some detail on that just now. And here we've just done the geolocation, and we've extracted all the buildings in this area, and we're able to highly accurately, within 5 to 10 centimeters, pinpoint houses, buildings, informal settlements in the area using the best available technology. Over here, you'll just see when we look at urban resilience, you'll notice here that part of this discussion is to work with the communities. We've got to look at working with the communities to do the work. Here, I'm giving you an overview of a video that was done for Grabo. What we've done here is we fly a drone, and you'll see the detail that we can pick up from the air. This whole exercise to fly this area takes us about, I don't know, 15 minutes. And in 15 minutes, we're able to pick up this kind of detail for the entire municipality. Now you'll see, or for the entire area that we've flown. What's important here that you'll see is the detail. So we can literally do the contour analysis, which would have taken years in the past. We can do it within seconds, and then we can look at various kinds of risks that need to be mitigated. Remember, there's not only flood risks, there's fire risks. And in this area specifically, the fires come out of the mountains in the Overberg into the community. So this is how we are using technology to build better social compacts. And when I say social compact here, I'm also speaking to the way we interact with the communities, because using this kind of imagery, we really are able to show them how to understand resilience and what the problems are in their areas. So the compact really looks at building a collaborative agreement with the community, the municipality, to share the responsibilities between the state, society, by defining roles and expectations for governance. Then on the role of the stakeholders in resilience, yeah, we want to look at key citizens, local communities, traditional leaders, and government entities, and each of these must understand their various roles and expectations to foster resilience. And then I think very important is you always need standards. And the importance of standards for transparency are for effective governance. We need to have transparent data that can be shared, that is enforceable through service standards, and that are vital for building credibility and public confidence in resilience efforts. So it's about understanding the environment, understanding the risks, sharing these risks, drawing the risks out, making it visible to communities, and then making sure that everybody takes up their roles in going forward. If you look at this, the geospatial pathways for resilience, you'll see that there's lots of instruments for advancing urban resilience. By harnessing advanced geospatial systems, urban planners can now gain valuable insights into that facilitate strategic, equitable, and inclusive decisions. Essential components such as authoritative databases, maps, address systems are important, risk registers. All of these foundational pillars are what drive these resilient strategies. And for me, the geospatial ability to depict this on the ground, correctly located, and also accurately linked to other databases is where the value lies. So if you look at this little picture that I've got on here, it's in Victoria West. We've built a 3D model, and what we've done is we've overlaid the land use scheme over the property, and you can start seeing from the model, and maybe I can put my pointer on, but yeah, maybe a laser pointer. There we go. So in this area, it's an inset of this house over here. So from the street side, you can see this one. Is it really vacant? This piece is shown as vacant, and the back part is shown as single residential. So this already starts to ask a question. We can see that there's a building on this map. Here's just another view, I think, of the Victoria West with the 3D model that we've created with the overlay of all the land use over that. And I move on. And what makes this important when we look at this is that we are able to utilize this technology for resilience planning. So we can look at slope analysis. Obviously, here, the darkest slopes in red are more steep and the bluer ones are more flat. And you can see here, and this specific imagery comes out of Ladysmith, the recent floods that happened there in the center of the town. And we can then determine along the pathway which areas have been highly flooded. And this is also what we're doing this through our drone imagery and technology. So one is to collect the data up front, do your modeling, do your various slope analysis, And then after a flood, we can also go and check where went wrong and what has changed. So this is this picture at the top here. I can't zoom in now, unfortunately, but this is a recent flood in Ladysmith that took place. I'm going to move along. So innovative approaches in governance and data sharing towards developing these compacts for climate resilience is one. In eThekwini, we've got the traditional governance compacts in eThekwini, and this just illustrates how eThekwini is driving at the forefront of integrating modern planning into community participation and trust and resilience. We've then got the national metadata discipline and GeoNetwork enabled part. What I'm saying here is that implementing national standards for metadata facilitates data interoperability. So this is done through our spatial development, the SDI Act, which is the act that was promulgated to ensure that government departments share data in a certain format at a certain standard, and that it's interoperable and it can be shared across government. Collect once, use many times. The Spatial Data Infrastructure Act. You will see that most tenders that go out of government have to, when they collect data that's of spatial nature, have to say how that data will be collected. And it doesn't often happen. Many times people say, no, we just want a GIS system, but that's not good enough. We need to make sure that we collect data in the state that is verifiable, and we need to know what the data of the data is so that it can be shared and can be used with confidence when we determine something like contours, which then can determine where flood areas are, etc. Then we also look at the importance of moving to cloud, shifting enterprises to cloud solutions, fosters an environment where stakeholders can share critical data rapidly, smoothly, and across sectors. So typically, when I send this link for this presentation, I'll send it to the conference organizers, and it'll lie on my server, and you can just download it from there. But that's what the cloud environment enables. It enables a quicker sharing, and it also starts breaking down silos where data used to lie on a hard drive in an Excel spreadsheet on somebody's. You now put it in with the right data, metadata drafted, and then you can access it there usually through an API these days. So what's also important here is that we're getting very good insights from servers and digital ecosystems. Recent surveys reveal that persistent challenges in the digital ecosystem affect data accessibility and the overall implementation of urban resilience initiatives. When we look at policy, the effective use of geospatial tools can significantly inform the policy frameworks, operational practices in urban resilience strategies. And by mapping these geospatial enablers, we can pinpoint the elements that contribute to resilience outcomes, allowing for strategic and evidence-based policy making and the setting up of these localized contracts. So by incorporating this geospatial data, the capital planning and service routing aligns with investment within the community needs, while we still get robust inclusion that safeguards to ensure equitable access to all these marginalized communities. So here you'll see a video playing of the Dassenberg floods that happened. We had a case on a state property with huge flooding occurred when 3 dams wall broke and flooded the community downstream. And you'll see here, it's the Riverlands community that was flooded. It was on the news, but we're able to take immediate steps to effectively mitigate against these floods. So an effective action agenda is vital for institutions striving to enhance urban resilience, focusing on the immediate steps within the next budget cycle that can expedite resource allocation to resilience initiatives. The problem with these resilience initiatives, they always come too late. So when it happens, you say, oh, we need to make a plan. the idea here is that we map out planning, we agree on plans through social compacts with communities, and we try and keep these communities out of these disaster-prone areas. However, I did say it is hard these days with these flash events that happen to mitigate. Therefore, I was saying that the 1 in 50 and the 1 in 100-year floodlines are not necessarily the best tools these days to enable forward planning. We need to look at low-lying areas. We need to look at indentations. We need to be able to model 200 millimeters of rain in 24 hours, etc., etc. Aligning land rights with planning permissions is also critical. We need to ensure that urban development is sustainable and inclusive. Additionally, institutionalizing metadata discipline to enhance data usability and effectiveness across resilience strategies is vital. If we do not have this institutionalized metadata discipline, and as we move to geo AI and AI and working in that environment, if you use the wrong data that isn't accurate, and one of these why we in the department focus a lot on accuracy of our drone data up to anywhere below 10 centimeters, is that if you make a mistake on the accuracy of the data, your flood lines are out, your contours are out, etc., by 10 meters, the flood looks very different. And by using geo AI and using the wrong data, you extrapolate or increase the effect of the that you're trying to mitigate. So you have to be very accurate. I think measuring the pledges for accountability is important. We need to get concrete pledges that play a critical role in promoting accountability and fostering trust among stakeholders by committing to a comprehensive mapping of informal settlements so that we can better understand and address the needs of vulnerable populations. The introduction of public resilience dashboards would be transformative, ushering in a new era of transparency that allows empowers communities to monitor services, access, and resilience progress. Furthermore, linking climate projects to risk registers solidifies our understanding of vulnerabilities, facilitating targeted interventions and smarter resource allocation. So on the slide, it just basically talks to those three things. We're looking at commitments for mapping of informal settlements. We're looking at for public resilience dashboards, and we're looking at linking climate projects to risk registers. And this you'll do obviously through your IDP so that you can implement the projects that you're putting in on the ground. In conclusion then, we need to build trust in the social compact. And here, again, you'll see the Ladysmith KZN image. We need to show that the importance of collaborative pathways for urban resilience in social contracts are where the future of this type of planning lies. The core themes here that have emerged throughout this presentation, I think, is you've got to emphasize the collaboration, transparency, and inclusion as essential element of building sustainable urban environments. As we invite stakeholders to engage on this further, I think it's an imperative that we collectively drive the conversation on resilient strategies that impact our communities through social compact. And I think we need to move forward now with a renewed commitment to collaboration, not working in our silos as we usually do, sharing data, making the data visible and understandable to local communities, and ensuring that the voices of all stakeholders are incorporated into the future resilience and planning execution. So, Chair, I just want to thank you. Clinton Hyman, you'll note there, no professor, no doc, a long way to go. On the side here, you'll notice there's a QR code that you can scan. And when I circulate the present, you can just click on the link. But if you scan that presentation, take your phone, put on the camera, click arcgis.com, and then it will take you to the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development's National Drone Program. And when you click on that and you get started, you will notice that you will get to a screen where it's got 17 different, it's really a story map 17 different icons. And on those icons, you can even go in there and you can log a flight. If you're a government or institution, you can go on, log a flight if you've got a specific project that you need to fly, and then the department will prioritize that flight for you if it's in line with a national government department or academic institution or municipality that needs urgent work with yourself, and we will then also discuss your needs, and then we will fly the area and create the geospatial product for you. Obviously, the demand is big. We've got 50 pilots throughout the country, but there is the possibility of us to do it. The only condition is that the information becomes open data that can be used by government departments, and we will keep it on our website and share it, but it will be of no cost to the requesting body in this matter. We do not make money from the work, but we are interested in the sharing and reuse of data from these areas. With that, Chair, I want to hand back to yourself. I am highly restricted for time today because of some ministerial visits in the Northwest Province with community property associations. So I would like to end here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. A strong round of applause. That's a bit weak. You guys didn't have breakfast?
Yeah, luckily I can't hear it.
Thank you very much, Clinton, for that wonderful presentation. I would want to assure you that at UJ, we'll give you a nice visiting professorship based on your work. If you want honorary, because you're acting DG, have done a lot. So yeah, don't worry about that. All these universities will really be scouring and competing really to have you to support, and I think that's a good starting point to work with government departments, to work with municipalities and all that, because in most cases, these people are very knowledgeable. They are very experienced. We need them in our classes. We need them in on our research papers as well. So as part of breaking the silos, demolishing the silos, can we have, for example, co-authored papers that are impactful, high-level, high-quality papers where we work with the municipalities, where we work with government, national governments and all that departments. So thank you very much, and also provincial governments. Thank you very much. We're going to have a few questions before we move on to the next keynote speech. Let me just start to say, it is sometimes easier to break silos, but it is mostly very difficult to sustain. So I want to ask, based on your terminology that is beautiful, that terminology of resilience, as I indicated earlier on, as academics, in most cases, we're asked to be resilient, and we try to be very resilient. But there comes a time when you break down, honestly. So how do you ensure resilience in these partnerships? How do you ensure resilience, particularly in our cities and communities? How do you ensure that there's gonna be a sustenance of these relationships? There's gonna be, for example, sustenance of the models as well, the models we're building, because even like apps, they can crash. So as we put all these things together, do we have maybe shock absorbers? Do we have some kind of systems in place to ensure that our systems will, for example, work for the common good and ensure that we have these inclusive cities and communities? So that's my question, because social contracts building has, but we have limits to resilience. How do we cover ourselves on that? And lastly, from me, how do we sort of structure, how do we structure these, for example, I'd say databases or repositories for data to make it open and readily accessible? We've seen efforts by so many I would say, universities to work with government and try to get data that is cheap and readily accessible, but it's always difficult. Do we need another sitter? Do we need a different, I'll say, animal altogether to ensure that data can easily be accessed? So yes, those are the two questions, but can we have questions from the floor to Prof. Dr. Clinton? Any questions, colleagues? Do we have a roving mic? The acting DG talked about a lot, and this is land reform. I think most planning schools really benefit a lot from this national department. I know when I was head of department at UJ, we used to get a lot of support financially for our students. And just that I'm no longer at that level, but I'm sure they are still supporting. So you guys would have so many questions. We talk of IDPs, we talk of all these things in our daily engagements. I think you have a lot to discuss today with the acting DG. I'm the one who should limit you. You should have a lot of questions. I'm the one who should limit you, say that's enough. So let's have questions, contributions, comments. I'm sure from Zuzu there, we can have some questions from Kampala, although South Africa now. We can have nice questions there. Or I just wanted maybe to have maybe so that we can dilute. I don't want you to respond to the chair. Let's have from the audience any interesting. Maybe let's start with the Costly, Prof. Dr. Costly Chanza.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Prof, I would like to get your ideas. Where I come from, one of the contributing factors of disaster issues in urban centers is different policy frameworks. We have people that have gone to live in vulnerable areas on riversides, but also maybe mountains, because they are getting encouraged by utility providers, let's say in terms of electricity or water, without any consent they seek from the city council or municipal council. So I would like to know the situation in eThekwini. Do you have those cases where people would develop because they've got water or electricity, yet the city council didn't sanction that? Thank you.
Take these 2 or 3, and then we have another round before we move on to the next keynote speaker. Thank you. You can go ahead, Clinton. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm there. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you for the questions. I think firstly on the question, how do we ensure that we create these social compacts? I think what we've lost over the last few years, even in South African planning, is community-based planning approach. We don't go and sit down. We don't sit under the trees. We don't speak to the people. Everything happens at a high pace. I think that information is not shared broadly across platforms. I think we use old platforms like newsletters, and we use internet sites where people should be using things like Facebook and TikTok and to share spatial data. There are other platforms I think that we don't utilize. You saw how we can use a QR code, but communication remains key when you develop these programs. You have to have the role players around a table. I don't think sitting in a Zoom meeting often works with and apologies for me not being there today. I just have huge commitments. I was in the National Assembly last night, and I'm here today in Rustenburg. And but so I think it's about spending time to get to know your community, your subjects, and being open and transparent with that communication and agreeing on what platforms to put this on. Then on data accessibility, it's a huge problem. We have our silos of data, and what we have agreed to as government is we are now building the National Spatial Data Observatory. It's a 5-year program that's in terms of the medium-term development plan. We have cabinet approval to build it as a department, the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management, a unit in the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. We'll build this, and it's really a platform for better decision making across government. It obviously will be a federated system, so some information will be available only to certain users, based on sensitivity. But the idea here is that academic institutions will have the API information in there, and it is really to build that national picture that looks at the National Spatial Development Framework for 2050. How do we monitor, evaluate, implement, and ensure that funding is being spent in the right places within this the framework? The NSDO will be more than just data. It'll also look at treasury data. It'll look at SARS data. It'll look at health data. It'll look at human settlements data. And the key about having all the data sets is to be able to ask complex questions. For instance, a company that's well known in the country, I won't mention their name just for, but I asked them, can you give me a overview of the number of solar panels in the country? Within 24 hours, they're able to tell me that there's so many solar panels in the country, but they're not only able to tell me where the solar panels are, they're also able to tell me for the whole country. They're also able to break it down to enumerator areas. These areas then say in this enumerator, there's 100 houses. Of those 100 houses, currently we've got 4 people that have solar panels. In the future 5 years, based on their tax data, we know that this number will only grow to 10 in this area because there is no availability. So those are the kind of insights, and why it's important to know what the solar panels are. It affects the flow on the grid. Then the last thing that I want to speak to is how do we deal with disasters in urban centers and the different policy frameworks. I think this is a key problem even in our cities in South Africa. We've got a number of informal settlements. People settle, people need access to water, sanitation, electricity. The cities provide this through the various legislations which forces them. But once you start doing that, you start creating permanence in an area. And we need to be innovative on how we create zones of exclusion where no funding, public funding, can be spent to ensure that the resilience. As I think what was pretty cool, I can't speak about eThekwini, but I can speak about work we're doing in Port St. John's, where we're looking at flooding areas and steep slopes. And people living on steep slopes on very unsuitable soils have the risk, as they debush to build more houses on these steep slopes, that as the rain comes down, they have the risk of landslips. So we have to measure off the risk of loss of life versus resilience and resilience is a funny thing. It's almost inversely proportional. So the more poor you are, the more resilient you are. And why I say this is that you rebuild rather quickly. The more wealthy you are, the less resilient you are, because it takes a long time to rebuild that physical infrastructure that you had. So it's a strange thing, but the loss of life is far higher in these areas. And I know eThekwini have wonderful early warning systems upstream that's safe. So, Chair, that's all I want to say right now. I don't know if there's any further questions. Thank you.
Very much. We have a question online. Can we give you an opportunity to pose your question?
Hi. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful.
Clinton, thanks for always giving us dated information in terms of geospatial analysis. But mine is on the model that you are using for predicting floods in certain areas. So mine is that in that model, are you able to create scenarios whereby you plug into, say, maybe under certain conditions whereby the drainage system is working at an optimal level, and the ecological infrastructure is also able to factor in, has not been disturbed to a rate where it's unable to actually make sure that water is flowing when it rains, and the soil is permeable and able to contain water, so that then maybe under those conditions, how much of the damage can be averted vis-a-vis when there's a scenario whereby, a worst case scenario whereby the drainage system is clogged, ecological infrastructure has been damaged, and so on and so forth. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
I think
Thank you
that
very
I
much.
think that is
Clinton, go ahead. Yes, go ahead,
yeah,
please.
sorry. I think that's the beauty of the systems that we run. is that you can do these scenarios. You can say, under this condition, so much rain, so much water flowing away, perfect. That's how it looks. If this happens, then and what's nice is, and this is what makes you, Bele, thank you for that question. I think what's useful about it is you now become a data analyst and a systems analyst, and you start asking the questions, because the data is not important. It's how you use that data to come up with these kind of questions that you're asking. Is to say, fine, you've seen my water flowing, but that flood just showed with standard conditions, 70% paved area, etc., etc. What we want to get to is where a place is. What happens when, if this area is in the middle of the bush, for instance, and it's unpaved, the water flows away, the disbursement rate is stuff. So you can set those parameters in short. I think, let me not elaborate. I'm told I'm a bit of a long speaker, Chair. Thanks. But yes, the answer is yes, we can predict and model, and that's what we're looking for, data analysts.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Any question? Yes, let's have the last ones, maybe one or two last ones. And I like the way you present around resilience, Clinton. Sometimes it's used to pacify us, keep us going. But we get to a point where we burn out and even systems, they collapse. Let's hit it.
Okay, thank you so much, Clinton, for the presentation. I think it's good to see the work that your department is doing in terms of, collecting information using technology to understand what is going on in localities. So you were speaking about social contract in terms of it being ways in which we engage with the community. So I'm just wondering, from what you have been able to collect in the different localities or communities, what has been the role of the community in terms of, during the data collection stage, during the analysis stage, and decision-making stages? Because I'm asking this because I think as planners and decision makers, we can collect the data, analyze the data, and make decisions based on what's available, but without actually engaging with the community and understanding, how they use space, how they deal with issues when they're faced with a flood, what are some of the strategies that they use in order to, adapt, to mitigate, to address the challenge that they currently face. We end up suggesting strategies that do not really work or that do not really support what is already happening on the ground. So what is the role of the community in the work that you're doing? Thanks.
You can hit it, Clinton. Community participation.
Yep, I think community participation obviously is always the key word in terms of everything we do. It's easier said than done. It's easier to make a plan without someone and say, this is good for you. And I think that is the point that I was making about we need to go back to community-based planning. We need to say, this is a program that we want to do around resilience. Sit down with the community, explain the processes, and then you don't have to consult the community all the time, but you need to get gates where you get the approval for your plan. So you have an inception meeting, you get the approval to do the work, you maybe get a few of the young people to come along on the project, then you do the plans, you come back with certain work, and that's the standard way. And I think, ma'am, thank you for the question, because I think you answered the question beautifully yourself. You highlighted the problem of not consulting. And that's where I go back to the stakeholder compact. We need to go back to our roots to understand what communities want. Look what's happening in Nepal. The country is destroyed in 2 days. All the government buildings burned down. The president's left. And what happened? Because somebody decided they're going to close the internet. And most of the people, 80% of the people in the country are under the age of 40. The Gen Zs, they literally burnt down that country in 2 days. And that's the thing. You need to realize that Africa has a growing youthful population. I think in the next 10 years, I think nearly 40% of the population will be under the age of 15. So it's about educating, it's about communicate and communities. What we're doing a lot in our department is we have a big schools program. So we go and do mapping exercises, resilience work in schools, in the rural communities, to say this is how we map. Why we map is for this reason. We show them how to fold the maps, and then we show them what the careers are within this, but also to highlight the potential dangers of certain things, landslides, flooding, there's a whole lot of climate resilience things, even droughts are a problem. So thank you very much for that question. Very useful.
Thank you very much. I think the embeddedness and the infusion of indigenous knowledge systems is very, very critical. We discussed it at length yesterday. How do we ensure that we have the communities' traditional knowledge systems also infused in our plans, in our systems that we build? You have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Herman Clinton, with the beautiful presentation in terms of how data could be used in building the resident in the city. Mine is not necessarily a question, but it's a gap that I'm just picking up. Oguchi, with the beautiful work that you are doing, we should probably think of coupling it with the model to a rapid response. You highlighted that eThekwini municipality have a good system for the early warning for the disasters, but I'm asking myself that how do we communicate it? Is it effective? How we communicate the people to move from the flood lines after we've received the warning? And also, do we have a necessary or an effective setup to respond? Because at many a times I've picked up that we deal with the post event and we build better, as we normally said, but the in between, after we receive a warning, what is it that we are doing? I think we also need to focus and touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I don't come alone. I also have Co-Chair Mkize, Madam Mkize. Thanks for that comment. I think it's she has given us some fodder to ruminate and think around. So yes, we seem to be very reactive. I agree with you. So when are we going to be very proactive, like you're saying? Then we see maybe the fruits of all these, I would say, efforts that you are putting in place in the department. Prof. Dr. Clinton is very, very important, and ensure that those systems are resilient. Can we have a very strong round of applause for Prof. Dr. Clinton? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm sure you have taken also the email address and all that, and is going to share the presentation. As I indicated, I don't come alone. We also have a co-chair, and we are going to have a second keynote speech, and she's going to preside over that. Thank you very much. I hand over the baton.
Thank you so much, everyone, and good luck with the rest of the deliberations.
Wonderful.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dr. Zakim Kize. I am the co-chair, as Prof. Gombo indicated. Thank you again, Mr. Herman, for the beautiful presentation and the food for thought in terms of how we can utilize the data and the technology to ensure that we build and we adapt beyond the climate change that we are experiencing. The keynote speaker that I am going to read or who's gonna be coming next in presenting on the title, Inclusive Innovation for Resilient Habitat, Precedent and Prospect. So I'll go through the bio for Professor Michael Khan. Michael Khan is an independent advisor and an evaluator of research and innovation, and has served as ministerial advisor, government official, NGO director, academic and researcher, executive director of Human Science Research Council, and as an international consultant. He has a wide experience as a facilitator, a trainer, and a mentor. His interests span arts and culture, education, ICT, and the political economy of technological change. He has contributed to South Africa's innovative policy, co-authoring the ANC policy on social and technology, the 1996 white paper on social science and technology, and leading and designing the National Research and Technological Forestry Study. Other seminar contributions include the performance measuring system for the science councils, studies on the mobility of highly skills co-authoring of 2012 report of the Ministerial Review Committee on the STI landscape, the 2017 performance analysis of the SA Innovation System for the National Advisory Council on Innovation and Novel Work on Innovation in the TVET sector. Clients include the Department of Social Technology and Innovation, the Presidency, the National Planning Commission, the Academy of Social Science of South Africa, the World Bank System, UNESCO, International Social Affairs, IDRC, European Commission, RAND Board in Denmark, Deloitte Consultant in Finland, Innovos for Statistics, and African Union, or NEPED CENT, for whom he co-designed the ASTI initiative and the AU Observatory of STI. Professor Khan is an elected member of Academic of Science of South Africa, was a chairperson of the Board of African Research Council, and served on an advisory board of the General Research Policy. He is the author of more than 120 peer review articles and book contributors. Professor Khan, we are happy to hear your presentation. Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are allocated 25 minutes. Yes, thank you.
We shall try and do our best. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the honor of participating in this very important conference. I take it that you can hear me and see me, and that you can see my first slide on screen. If that's all true, then we are good to go. I'm fascinated by the various keynotes and other addresses that I've been able to listen to, and I hope that what I share with you has some fit with this very important agenda. What I'm going to cover is what I loosely call the innovation challenge. It involves inclusion, which is the defining stress test for cities. It exposes weaknesses in culture, institutions, and infrastructure. And I'm going to speak to the political economy of inclusive innovation. The photograph on the right is from my hometown. It's around the corner. That's Imizamo Yetu, which goes up the mountainside, much like a favela would in Rio de Janeiro. It's not prone to flooding because there are no rivers coming down there, and the people there have expanded their dwellings over a period of nearly 30 years, living across the road from what we call the mink and manure settlement of Longkloof, with horses and riders and the rest of it. So that is part of our South Africa. I'm going to go back in history because those of you who know anything about my personal life, Naki Mokhatla, I spent many years in Botswana, and it remains a pivotal experience in my life. So when one unknown fact is that the capital of Khama III at Shoshong was actually the second largest settlement in Southern Africa after Cape Town. It was bigger than Kimberley, it was bigger than Gqeberha, it was bigger than everything else. And there's a list, even including Lobengula's capital of the Ndebele, Ngubulawayo, bigger than that. Now, the question would be, what is it that led to Shoshong being abandoned and moving, as the Google Maps shows you, moving northeast from Shoshong all the way up to today's Seroe, which is the tribal capital of the Bangwato? And the answer is they ran out of water. they ran out of the energy to survive in Shoshong, and they simply had to abandon Shoshong and find somewhere else where there was water. There was, of course, some geopolitics at work, and I refer here to climate change, and climate can also be political climate. And this is where the Bangwato seat is to this very, very day. Moving from the 1880s very quickly through the colonial period, when Bechuanaland, as it was known, was a protectorate that was managed, if you can believe it, from today's Mafeking, to the early 80s, where the critical question facing the planners was, what are you going to do going forward? Because the original town plan of Gaborone was that it was split in two. It was us and them. The dividing line was the so-called mall in the middle, and on the one side of the mall, the eastern side was where I lived, where people had relatively decent housing, state housing, and some private housing. And on the other side, the west, was where they lived, and they ended up at the very far end in a shack settlement known as Old Naledi. And that was what the British planners of the day had created. Along came the Canadians and the Swedes with a different model, where they set out to produce something that might lead to future inclusion. And the device for this was an innovation through the Self-Help Housing Agency, which conferred on people from Old Naledi the right to a plot very much closer to the city center and work opportunities in a quadrant style of development, where you had high-end, medium cost, low cost, and self-built housing. So this gentleman, the security guard in employment, on his right, his wife, on his left, a family member with their 3 children, and this is the house that this gentleman built on a 99-year lease, with building materials provided at cost by the state, with a design provided by the state. And the big question facing everyone at the time was, does this mean a new form of slum is going to develop with chaos and everything else? The state provided running water. There were long drop loos. This is Botswana. It's very dry. That was practical. Across the road would be a police station, a school, and a clinic, and a place for shops. Not that different to what Oscar Niemeyer had done in Brasilia in the 1960s, for those of you with a long sense of urban planning. And very quickly, this is what it looks like today. That house is somewhere top right, where it says Lionheart Palace Guest House, and you can see the grid design has survived the test of time. It's not overcrowded, it functions, you can get about, it is easy for people to move from A to B, it's off a floodplain, everything that Clinton Hayman was so eloquently speaking to, those problems are absent. And I should add, like everywhere else in our area, we are subject in Botswana to drought and flood. There were severe floods in my beloved Gaborone earlier this year. It's the norm. You just can't say when it's going to happen, but you know that it is going to happen. So that sets the background. The next major theme here is due to the work of last year's economics Nobelists, Doron Asimoglu and James Robinson, where they have been studying extractive economies and inclusion for the worst part of 25 years. And South Africa features in their famous book, Why Nations Fail. And to summarize it very briefly, what was practiced up to 1994 was an extractive political and an extractive economic environment. And I don't think I need to speak to this audience in any detail, but I do conclude, and that's point 4 in the first section, the majority were locked out and order was maintained through a police state. And now you come to the present, and I can't help but be a little bit tongue-in-cheek about it, because we have democracy, but it's democracy of a special type. We have inclusive frameworks which coexist with extractive economic social, and patrimonial institutions. I would hesitate to point fingers, but we have a multiplicity of structures in place. Some are extra constitutional, and the consequence of all of this is that there has been capture at all levels, and it continues at all levels. Let me not pretend that Zondo exposed everything. In my view, it did not, and I refer in particular to the terrifying difficulty that managers face in the public service in attempting to manage against the vested interests at work. Because of this general frustration, what Albert Hirschman wrote about in the 70s in his famous book, Voice, Loyalty, and Exit. And I would really recommend that as reading to the planning community. Where voice is frustrated, you have choices. One choice is to exit. So our 100,000 South Africans of all shades who are working in the Gulf, they've made a choice. They feel that their opportunities are better served somewhere, and they've exited, maybe temporarily. But the people up at Grabo and people at the foot of Solaris Pass village, or across on Spine Road, Khayelitsha, when things don't work, their expression of voice is violent protest. And in all, as depressing as it is in this meeting, I feel that we are dealing with, and Firoz Kachalia might have to admit it, a policeless state. We've transitioned from the police state to the policeless state, and it's fair to ask, well, so what? Where are we going to go? I go back in history again. For some in the room who admire the Lenin model of the 1920s, and I just quote you very briefly a very famous speech from Vladimir Ilyich Lenin to the Council of People's Commissars in December 1920, where he was extolling the importance of electrification. And because of the peculiarities of the time, the Soviet Union was electrifying faster than Great Britain or the United States. Indeed, so was Japan, because these countries had had their infrastructure, particularly the then Russian Empire, smashed, and in reinvesting, they went straight for electrification. And here's the wonderful statement: communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country. Otherwise, says Comrade Lenin, we will remain in a state of underdevelopment. You have to go big. And we know that Lenin was followed by Comrade Stalin, who went very, very big indeed. So electrification is important, and we know that too. Back in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, in fact, from 1926, when the Electricity Supply Commission was established, and later when Eskom, as it became known, got the monopoly, South Africa moved to the point, and those of you down in KZN will appreciate this, where excess electricity could be sold cheaply to bulk users such as Richards Bay Minerals. Hence, we have an aluminium industry, but that's for another talk. When you come to my place, this is a Google Maps photograph clip, and this is the N2 going out toward the airport, and I caption it, apartheid plus electricity is still apartheid. And this is what happened in 1990 when de Klerk made his big speech about the future. The IDT, jumped into the gap, and with Eskom simply moved to electrify shack settlements wherever they were. And when we discussed this and I raised issues, I was told, Michael, you don't understand anything, because the vested interest in the shack settlement want to remain where they are. They're not interested in moving because there are power structures which support the status quo, and they want to stay. They will resist violently, and the rest you know about. The arrows here show the extent of landlordism coupled with RDP houses, and everyone in the room as a South African knows all about this too. So let's be very careful what we wish for, because things may turn out slightly differently in the mix, as we know, and it's been highlighted elsewhere, so I'm pretty much skip this. We had Cape Town with day zero, and we had the eThekwini floods 2022. Flood is a constant. Take a quick run around Cape Town, you come to this iconic bridge to nowhere on the foreshore, which is a good example of poor planning. A plan, the quote on the top actually comes from the US, from General Eisenhower. And I've also shared with you urban planning around gold mines and dumps. That comes, of course, from Gauteng. And the bottom left is Khayelitsha, where we don't have planning. We had planning of a very brutal kind up until 1994, but it's largely absent in the mix that has followed, and it has done little to really close the gaps. So I want to move, whoops, have I expanded too much there? There we go. I want to move now to innovation. Innovation arises from complex developmental, financial, and commercial activities. It is an essentially non-linear activity. And that's a very important takeaway for those of you who may be less than familiar with the theories around the economics of innovation, which have a provenance going back some 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. It's not new stuff. Innovation involves self-organization, adaptive behavior, networking, learning by using, doing, and learning, with control distributed. It is resistant to fiat from above, except in times of war. It is better if it emerges organically, and people sometimes say, if you think you can manage innovation, it is similar to trying to herd cats, and we've heard that said about the academic world. Ultimately, the intent is that innovation will result in new or improved products or processes. This definition is neutral. It doesn't refer to firms. It is true of the public sector, NGO land, and civil society. The key is that what you are doing should be new or significantly improved and brought into use. Critically, past dependence matters. How things were before you came on the scene has a very strong determinant in what you are going to do and what you're going to be able to do. So we know all about the mining in energy complex, which has since been joined by the financial complex. And this has a durability going back decades and decades and decades. You cannot wish it away. It is there. It is the big elephant. And finally, on this slide, systems are as strong as their weakest link. If you have poor engagement between universities and industry, it's going to be difficult to see things happening. So I present to you a model that is different to what you would normally find in academic papers, where you have these nice rectangular boxes and straight lines connecting universities and science councils and government and industry. I rather call this a spaghetti model. And if you count the colored limbs of the model, I can see 6. So it is a sextuple helix. It's not a triple helix, for those of you who've come across the term. This would represent, in my view, how the South African innovation activities enterprise sits together. You have 6 limbs, and these are in interaction one with another, hence the curved lines. They are deliberately curved, and they go in more than one direction. And the different agencies in here, whether it's TVET or the science councils, have multiple interactions across this schematic. If you were to put in all of the lines, you would end up with something that looks like a plate of spaghetti. It would be so dense, you would not see the spaghetti for the trees. So this is a model that tries to highlight, for the purposes of discussion, the complex self-organizing nature of an innovation system or an innovation ecosystem that I'm going to speak to in a couple of minutes. Now we look at the big task. There we go. We're trying to think of complexity. And this speaks to the interactions within that schematic, within that schema, within the innovation system. Poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation self-reinforce. Poor health depresses education, attainment, and outcomes. The whole role of clean energy, potable water, and connectivity. All of these things must be considered when you are conceptualizing your policies, when you're negotiating, when you are busy understanding what works and what doesn't. And this is where experimentation at a small level may be scaled up, as we've seen so brilliantly the drone work of the previous presentation. Timing and sequencing matter, and we have to maintain a resilience lens. Fundamentally, what you try to do is going to turn on the nature of the social fabric, and I regret to say our monitoring and understanding of the fragility of our social fabric remains very, very poorly quantified. We've got no real early warning system, and Kachalia would say, yes, crime intelligence has that purpose, but it's broken. So there are huge tasks here for the universities, particularly in understanding and measuring social fabric. Where's my thing? It doesn't want to go. Oh, there we are. So I moved to the last part of my talk, and that is trying to understand through measurement. And we all know that you measure what you treasure, and you measure according to an underlying conceptual model. One that those in the room are familiar with would be the UN Habitat City Prosperity Index. I've had a look at the spreadsheets that go with it. The last update that I could find was around 2015 for South African cities, namely Cape Town and Johannesburg. And I would rather speak to you about a new initiative that is run from the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, and that generates, and you can download it at your leisure, the Global Cities Innovation Index 2024 was the last iteration of that. And like many, you can see it on the wheel on the left, like many measurement systems, index systems, it has its own pillars, and the three pillars that with their sub-indices that are computed are technological development, creative industries, and urban environment. I should add, all of the sources that are used to generate the indices are publicly available sources. They do not use any self-assessment resources. The same is true for those interested in looking at the Global Innovation Index. There was a time when self-assessment was used, but it seems that this was often somewhat dubious. Now, where does this take you? You've got technological development, companies, startups, universities, scientific and innovation outputs. I'll say something about that. Innovation infrastructure, that will come in the next slide. Creative industries, tremendously important. Now, unfortunately, the index, the HSE index does not yet include comparable data for Johannesburg and eThekwini. Why is Cape Town in? Cape Town is in because I'm on the board, and I asked that Cape Town be examined. It wasn't in the first earlier reports. In Africa, you also have Cairo, and then whether you think Saudi Arabia is part of Africa or not, I've also included Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Now look at Cape Town. Under Pillar 2, creative industries, it does really, really well. And I would venture to say that if you would do the same measurement for Johannesburg and Durban, the same would be true. But we fall down very badly. You can see under urban environment 3, which is everything that overlaps with the habitat measurement: safety, mobility, ease of getting from A to B, ease of doing business, and so on. So it will highlight for you work that is to be done. The shortfall in the HSE index, which I'll raise with them, is that it doesn't say enough about social fabric. And perhaps we can collectively, you've got a voice too in the room, we can collectively push for them to be included. Other cities in Africa, I could not find Accra, I could not find Nairobi. I could not find Dakar in Senegal, and I could not find Lagos. These cities appear in other measurement indices, such as, for example, those who are interested in VC Startup Link. So there is an emerging coverage of Africa, but this particular index, no. Why is Cairo doing so well under technological development? That's partly to do with history. So there's a huge concentration of government labs and universities in Cairo. If you were to do Pretoria, if you did Gauteng, the Pretoria-Gauteng area, it would probably show a much higher level of technological development than Cape Town. Cape Town doesn't do too badly. There are 4 universities here, but it doesn't have the headquarters of the science councils, which Pretoria, Johannesburg would have, and that would push them higher. So there are many things to discuss. Now, let's come to your neck of the woods, the Greater eThekwini Innovation Ecosystem. Universities, UKZN, DUT, MUT, public research institutions, you've got units of the Medical Research Council, units of the CSR, units of the Agriculture Research Council, and then you have some, if I can call them, indigenous organizations, Marine Biological Research, the Sidara Agricultural Research Station, Institute for Forestry Research, Forestry and Biotechnology, FABI, Institute for Natural Resources, INR, the Sugar People, Izimvelo Wildlife African Health Research Institute, a swathe of TVET colleges, some of which are performing well and some of which are not, and then the private sector. One that I like to highlight is a company in Umhlanga called the Rivco, which has since headquartered to Cape Town and is probably one of the 5 largest gaming software companies in the world, and I'm sure no one in the room has picked up on that. Africa Biotech, the Dubai Trade Port, and then, of course, companies in ICT, pulp and paper, automotive, insurance, and so on and so forth. This is the knowledge infrastructure of the innovation ecosystem. Now we come to the host of this conference, UKZN, which may be described as the keynote institution of the ecosystem I described. It is, as we know, one of what are called the Big 5 research universities, with UJ snapping at the heels and saying we should be included as number 6. Its research outputs, this is UKZN, cluster very strongly in public, environmental, occupational health, infectious diseases, environmental science, plant science, and then smaller down, electrical and electronic engineering, and some strong work in the social sciences and humanities. You may characterize UKZN as being an open university. It engages in co-authorship with 6 major national institutions and another 4, this is the top 10, international universities, foreign universities, such as Johns Hopkins, University College London, and so on. The openness that I'm mentioning here is driven very strongly by the health sciences, not by chemical engineering or electronic engineering. There is, of course, a strong pull, as you'll see in a moment, by astrophysics and space science. Of the 5 research universities, UKZN has the distinction of producing the most doctoral students, particularly doctoral students who have come from elsewhere in Africa. Congratulations. Its composition and internationalization is important. 12% of the students are international, 10% of staff. Postdocs is a staggeringly high 50%. Now you go to innovation outputs, and these are low. Of the 5 research universities, UKZ is the lowest. I think Stellenbosch is the highest. Let us not take this as totally negative. It is what it is. Industry co-authorship, 152 papers in 2022. You could compare that to UCT, which would have been maybe 280. It suggests something is happening, but you have to dig much deeper into each individual paper to get an understanding of what is actually happening between UKZN and industry. Are these incidental counts, or do they represent real, genuine contract research driven by an industry need? That's up to the people in the room to investigate further. It takes a lot of effort to do it. Now we get the next one. Come on. There. Sorry. Very quickly, if you look at South Africa as a whole, the South African research system as a whole, it may be described as a diversified biomedical science system. It is radically different in output to Egypt or Algeria, China or India, which are very strongly technically oriented. Their leading research fields would be physics, chemistry, electrical engineering, computer science, material science. Our leading fields are biomedical, and that carries with it all sorts of associated unintended consequences. One of which
Professor.
is that a great deal of our
Professor.
medical research is clinical trials. I'm out of time.
Yes, please.
Okay, then I'm going to say
2
study
minutes.
at your leisure. I've made the big point, and here's the final slide. We need to re-examine the social contract for STI. The previous speaker spoke about social contract, co-create innovation ecosystems, recognize system functionality for its importance, anticipate shocks, use AI intelligently, explicate and track our theories of change. I think I need to stop or I'm going to be punished. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Khan. I hope you are hearing a big round of clapping that we are having here. I think we've got a lot of information to digest in this. I like to highlight one thing that you have highlighted. You said apartheid plus electricity, it's still equal to apartheid. So I linked that to your slide that you have presented earlier to say in providing infrastructure in general, you made the example of electricity in the areas that is not habitable, it doesn't solve the problem. I think for me, that is a takeaway because exactly what we're doing as the municipalities, we've got programs like in situ upgrade, where due to pressures of social pressures that we are having in our communities, we ended up providing those houses with the infrastructure, but it doesn't solve the problem. So it's one area that the researchers that you have highlighted, because you have also mentioned that in South Africa, we are very blessed with the institutions that can do research and provide solutions. I think that's one aspect that I myself be interested to be guided on so that we build our communities better. I will take 3 questions so that Prof. Khan will respond on the floor, and then I'll check online if there are few questions. So I'll take 3 people. Can I see by the hands the 3 questions for Professor Khan? There are doctors and professors and students in the room that are specializing in the field. So probably there's a lot. That's one by Emmanuel, number 1. Number 2, and that's number 2, the lady at the back. And the third one should be from this row so that we balance. Okay, I'll take those 2 for now.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you, Prof. Khan, for the insights that you shared with us. You made a particular example about Gaborone, in particular a residential area called Naledi. Coincidentally, I happened to have traveled to Botswana last year on a municipal program called Learning Process on Risk-Informed Urban Development. Our interest in Botswana was actually part of a SADC-wide initiative to ensure that cities develop through the lens of risk-informed urban development. You touched on the potential of Naledi to be flooded. We visited Naledi residential area, and we observed that, it is an area that, as you've explained, developed organically to a point where it was formalized, and you made a very good example about the grid layout. What we picked up on site was that there was a potential for flooding because the infrastructure on the ground that is meant to, if you like, channel stormwater runoff wasn't coping with the intensity. So can you please take around those aspects? Because, you know, part of the learning process on risk-informed urban development was to ensure that cities and or communities within SADC, you know, look at new solutions to ensure that we bring about not only, you know, community resilience, but to ensure that the infrastructure that is installed in these areas can cope with the potential for flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take the second question so that you respond for both.
Yes, thanks, Prof. Khan, for a very thought-provoking presentation. I just want to find out from you, in light of South Africa's historical and institutional challenges, which you've outlined in your presentation, what specific precedents give you some sense of hope that inclusive innovation can realistically foster the resilient habitats that you speak about in the context of the current realities in our cities today? And I guess following to that, looking ahead, what concrete reforms or interventions would you say that we should prioritize to ensure that inclusive innovation translates from theory into practice? And this is more particularly for marginalized communities, which we know that are most impacted by urban vulnerabilities in our cities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond, Professor.
Thank you very much for two strong questions. The first, Old Naledi, adjacent to the original city grid of Gaborone, actually part of the drainage system into the Notwane River, so inherently flood prone. And the fact that it was further developed speaks to the kind of pressures that are so difficult for any political organization to deal with because it's all political. So the municipality would be under permanent pressure from those who've invested in infrastructure, put capital in, bought land, put up buildings. We're going to stay. And so that confers the necessity onto the state structures to ensure that there is adequate drainage. And the floods that occurred in Gaborone some months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, were of a scale that had never, ever been seen. And the system simply couldn't cope. Now, let's also be a little generous to ourselves. We've seen similar happening in Germany, in Italy, in South Korea. Floods happen. And that's one of the unfortunate things of maybe climate change that's pushing it. I've been looking, because of this conference, at data going back 40, 50 years. There was a flood in South Africa, across the country, particularly in the then Natal province in 1987, that claimed 500 lives. And I'd forgotten about that completely. In my time in Botswana, we had, in 1981, the floods in Laingsburg, and this cuts back to the question of who lives where. The Laingsburg flood on the N1, just south of Beaufort West, claimed more than 100 lives. And guess what? I think other than 4 people, these were all whites. Why? Because the white folk had decided the best place to live is along the river. And they pushed black people elsewhere onto higher ground because we want a river frontage. And well, the wrath of nature came down that river and took away 100 people, including those sitting in the church. It was a terrible event, but it had its own racial dynamic. So question 1, it comes down to the capability and willingness of the municipal authorities to have the resources to act and think forward. But disaster is disaster. The second is a much more difficult question. It is about my hope for the future and where things might go. Back in 1990, I was a member of what was known as the ANC Interim Science and Technology Group. And we were a dozen or so comrades trying to think about STI policy for the future. And one fine day, about a year into our work, we got a message from what was then Shell House saying, comrades, you're out of touch with the branches. Who are you? What are you talking about? So we have arranged for branch representatives to meet with you at your next meeting. And this was very instructive because 4 young men arrived. Fortunately, we had more than one Zulu speaker in the group. And the men addressed us in isiZulu. And their message was very simple. You know what we want of science and technology? Clean water, clean air, and no floods. These were people from Tembisa and Soweto. And it was very clear. We're not interested in space science or electric cars or whatever it is you clever people want to give us. We want the basics. And that's what we expect of science. So my answer would be we need to be sensitive to who we are in academia. We must be able to hear and listen, not just go through the motions, but particularly understanding demand, whether it is the demand of industry, whether it is the demand of communities, and to select our research projects and find funding in line with demand. Too much of our research is nice to have. It's what I want to do as the academic, as opposed to what might have social impact. And that's a very, very difficult thing to achieve. Very difficult indeed. So I remain glass half full. My son says to me, no, you're beginning to sound empty. Sorry, my glass is half full. And I want to believe that we can pull through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. May I check if we have questions online? Yes, you may come through.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Prof, for a wonderful presentation. And we must appreciate your comprehensive and holistic as well as a historical overview of issues. But mine is revolving around how you've conceptualized your topic for today, which is adapting to climate change and beyond, innovation for inclusive habitats. So mine is that in a South African context, can we be able to adapt to climate change and beyond, and through the aid of innovation through the aid of innovation, how can it help us to adapt to climate change and beyond in the absence of us having answered the land question? Because I'm sure in many of the research that you've done is that in trying to diagnose and establish the genesis of the problems that South Africa faces today, is that we can trace it to issues of land and our inability to answer the land question in South Africa successfully. I thank you, Prof.
Okay.
I thank you, Rembele. Great question, difficult to answer. The land question, I'm taught that the best way to answer a question is to pose another question. And here's the question for you. If I come and join you in downtown, and I say, won't you take me to the coffee plantations in KZN? What will you answer me? You'll say, Prof, we don't produce any coffee. And I'll say to you, why is that? You have hundreds of thousands of hectares perfectly suited to coffee production. Why is there no coffee production here? Why? And here's a trick question for the House. Can anyone name the second largest coffee producer in the world? Well, it is not in South America. It's actually Vietnam. Now, how did Vietnam go from being nowhere to being number 2 in a period of 30 years? And what would it take? And it's a land question. It's traditional land, among other things. We are not using traditional lands productively. Why? I don't have to answer that question. I just say, why? Let's start there. Because a lot of the other land is pretty useless. I mean, who on earth wants to claim a chunk of the Karoo? What are you going to do with it? You can't grow anything there. Most of it is scrub. There are parts of it where you can do rooibos and sheep and other things, but a lot of our land is useless. Where is the productive land lying fallow? Eastern Cape. I've been there, people. I've seen it with my own 2 little eyes. We are not getting it right. We should be, given what Trump is doing to us, we should be thinking very, very creatively, and it's a 10-year, 20-year project, or at least 10 years. We can do olives, we can do almonds, we can do coffee. Think of how many smallholders can do that work. We can transform ourselves. It's under our feet where you are hosting this conference. So that's a very, very tricky issue. Moreover, for a nice Mlungu to be talking about. But okay, that's history. Thank you.
A response with the question, why? Thank you so much, Professor Khan. Thank you so much for the colleagues. There's one more. Okay, I'll give it to my co-pilot here to read the question.
Thank you, Dr. Mkize. As I indicated, yeah, we are those partners, not in crime, but in making sure that we chair this session. Can I suggest that we read the question and we can can discuss the issues around this question during break or some other time? I think it's good sometimes to have such questions that we don't tackle now or here. How should resilient settlements be managed when local government is struggling? What reforms could assist? So, Prof, I'm sure it's clear. How should resilient settlements be managed when local government is struggling? So I think it's an issue of resources. Then what reforms could assist such? Thank you very much. So may we agree that we don't take, in the interest of time, because we're coming to the end. Sorry about that. We apologize. We're coming to the end of our plenary session. And we also have Mr. Mosima, who is going to take us through the overview of breakout rooms. But before that, can we have a very strong round of applause for Prof. Kani?
Thank you, everyone.
But Prof. Kani, there was an omission. You coming from UJ or being a visiting professor, I didn't see the contribution. They were leading in innovation. You know, we're leading in 4th industrial revolution and even 3D printed houses and all that. So I'm sure one day we'll feature, and especially coming from the visiting professor, Professor Khan, who is knowledgeable, is a wealth of knowledge. He has a wealth of knowledge. He has also, maybe I can say, a bank, if I would want to use such a synonym for lack of a better word. So it really is full of such that you need to draw from. Let's continue to engage. And I don't know if we are going to have your contact details, Prof, because the first keynote speaker promised to share the slides. So would need maybe to have the slides, program director, Dr. Popula, if we could have the slides as well and have the contact details. Just as a roundup, thank you very much, colleagues, and thanks the 2 keynote speakers. Can we give them another round of applause, both of them?
Thank you very much.
Issues of social, yes, yeah, your parting word is fine. Go ahead, Prof.
No, thank you very much. It's been great to be part of this historic event.
And you
Much-
belong to UJ.
And I hope we'll continue to interact as colleagues.
And you belong to UJ. I'm emphasizing. I'm insisting.
Well, it's on my first slide is my email address. My UJ address is not active at the moment, but that's being sorted out. So my Gmail is there.
Give me that task. I'll make sure that it's active. Thank you very much, Prof. We really appreciate. And, interesting discussions on social contracts and making sure that we have climate-ready cities and interesting discussion on innovations to make sure that we have resilient habitats. You can see these two topics are related and very interesting. So where to from now? So in other words, there's a way forward that we're trying to, in a way, navigate and forge forward and all that. Thanks very much. So in the next 5 minutes or so, we have Mr. Musima, who is going to take us through the breakout rooms, and then maybe we get to the end of the plenary session. I'm sure there are refreshments that are provided by Dr. Pupula just to spoil you. Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. Gumbo. Yeah, I think mine is just a short one. We're going to break out into different rooms. That is, this is room 1, okay? If you can check on your program, you'll see what is presented in each room. And room 1 outside is room 2. Okay, that is where it was yesterday. It's room 2. It's written room 1, but it's room 2. And then we have room 3. Also there outside, it's written room 3. And because we were supposed to have started by 11, we're going to have our lunch, I think, at 1. Okay, at 1. So it means in your respective rooms, make sure that you are on time. Thank you very much. And okay, before that, for those who are online, we have the links that are embedded on the program. So you click on room 1, then it will take you to the link to a respective room. Thank you very much.
Shakila, Before the
Am
room
I-
section starts,
Hello,
we can
Shakila.
take
Am
time
I in
for
the-
coffee, some snack by the Duke before we start the room sessions by 12 o'clock. Thank you. Room time for pictures, networking. This is the right time now. Thank you.
Hello, Shakila. Shakila, am I in the correct room? I'm having problems with connectivity. Oh.
Room 1.
Hello, Shakila.
Are you wanting to be in room 1?
Yes, I must be in room 1.
You are in room 1.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Hi, Shakira.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, how are you, ma'am?
Hi. Well, thanks.
Yes. Is it possible for these links to be sent on our emails? We're struggling to copy them.
If you go to the chat, the link is there. You just click on it.
All right. I'm just saying in an event that you might be kicked out, it would be a problem to come back, but I understand.
Just copy that and paste it in your Word document because I don't have everyone's email addresses, unfortunately.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
What time are we starting this session, Shakira?
Can you just give them some time? They're moving into the different rooms. They'll start just now.
All right, it's fine.
Until this is gone, come back. That's the delay. Hi, the program starts at 12 now. If you see, look at your program. Everybody online?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to room 1. Do you have bottle here?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Prof. Ngwani. You all right?
I'm well. How are you, Dr. Popola?
Doing well, Prof. All right. So I'm
Good.
just trying to be sure that your presenters are here, maybe online or offline. Botwell, are you
Okay.
here? Okay, Botwell is here physically on ground. London Luca? Japheth? Japheth et al. Remote
I'm here.
sensing. Okay, online. Okay. Sebastian Iboheme, assessment of the impact of gully erosion. Lekgolo for inclusive placemaking. All right. On site, Lekgolo. Fit Chinete urban agriculture as a nature-based solution. Fate Chinete et al. Urban agriculture as a nature-based solution. Okay. Machika et al. Customary land use. Machika et al. Customary land use, middle class self-help housing. Okay. Onatil Mohalena, let's stop acting surprised. Climate change is not new, physically or online.
Onatel must be attending physics online.
Okay. Isham et al. Urban heat vulnerability in a changing climate. Isham et al. Isham Sharif Bala et al. Are you online or physical? Adekoni Abraham Adewi, climate change and property values. That should be online. Tungai Mukwashi, in the shadow of power, online or site? Online. Okay, perfect. So, Prof, as at now, you have 2 presenters on site here. You have Mr. Botel, and at the same time,
Leholo.
Japheth. Am I right? Is he?
I'm online.
Okay.
It's Leholo.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. All right. So we have 2 people on ground and on site. So, Prof, just be conscious of that. All right. Over to you,
Okay.
Prof. You want to hold your video? We want to see your face, Prof. Thank you.
You want me to put my video maybe for 2 minutes?
Must. We are streaming live and you're on YouTube, so we want to see your face. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Ayo. Let me switch on my video. Um, is it showing? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 2, room 1 presentations. These are themed peri-urban zones and local people working with climate change. So what we are going to do today is we are going to just follow the list. I think that's the most democratic pathway which we can actually pursue. We're going to follow the list and see who is coming first, who is coming next, until we come to the last one. So far from what Dr. Ayo was saying, we have about 2 for 6 presenters. Most of them are online, but still, if others come to join us later, we can still want to learn from them. So like we're doing now, it's we are going to proceed with the first presenter. Bothwell, please prepare your presentation. And I just want to welcome everyone to these conversations. And as Bothwell is presenting, please let us try to come up with lots of questions for him so that we can tap as much as possible from him. And Bothwell, you have got 10 minutes, and I want to give you 10 minutes to do your presentations, and then we have 5 minutes for questions. And Bothwell Swanda is also presenting this with Professor Gumbo and Professor Mafame. And Bothwell is from the University of Johannesburg in the Department of Urban and Regional Planning. And his presentation is titled Spatial Distribution and Socioeconomic Impacts of Soil Mining in the City of Bulawayo. I want to believe this is a case study from Zimbabwe. Over to you, Bothwell. You can start to give us your presentation. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, can we also be very much attentive? Let me also reiterate that my name is Dr. Ingwani. I'm coming from the University of Venda, from the Department of Urban and Regional Planning. I'm co-presenting or chairing this particular session with Professor James Chakwizera from the same Department of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Venda, and we are very much delighted to be partnering with the SACHI Chair on Inclusive Cities, Dr. Magid Misha, and I think this is our third year in a row working with them, and we are very much pleased to see this conference shaping bigger and better, and also always bringing great minds. Like today, we're expecting at least 11 presentations in this particular room 1. And definitely at 1 o'clock, we should be breaking for lunch. And then we'll see how it goes. But I'm waiting for Bothwell. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm sorting out, ma'am.
All right. As soon you are done, as soon as you're done, please just go ahead and make your presentation on soil mining in Bulawayo livelihoods versus sustainability. Bothwell, is it what you actually submitted, or you've got so many of them?
Still the same thing.
Okay, it's fine. Let's hear from you. Thank you very much. 10 minutes. So you are ending at 12:15. Thank you. Let me remove my video.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bothwell Spanda from University of Johannesburg. My presentation is on soil mining in city of Bulawayo, and I'm looking at livelihoods versus sustainability, and as well as the climate change. On the introduction part, soil mining, it mainly looks at soil extraction of soil aggregates, and the main soil aggregates that I'm looking at is pit sand, river sand, and quarry. That's road gravel, the decomposed soil. Then we look at urban sprawl. Urban sprawl also affects soil mining in the sense that there is where there is high urbanization, there's also high population in the urban areas, increase in demand for housing and infrastructure. Then also look at the livelihood and urban informality. You'll find that most people do soil mining because of their high unemployment, chances of employment, formal employment, there's no formal employment. So they get into informal ways of livelihood, which is soil mining. And it is because of booming construction industry in the cities. There is lucrative business venture. there's high informal activities, and soil mining is one of those. Then there's issue of social and environmental concerns. All these are being brought forward by the issue of soil mining. Then there is, in the process when they are doing their soil mining, there is a lot of violence, there is a lot of deaths, breeding of mosquitoes on the gravel pits that are created. There is a lot of environmental degradation, there is pollution and deforestation. So you would find all these things are related to what? Soil mining within the city. Then the aim is to reveal the spatial spread and the economic experiences in soil mining within the city. Then the research questions that we want to answer through this survey or through this research is the spatial extent of soil mining within the city. And then we look at the causes of soil mining, and then the impacts of soil mining on community development. That's mainly housing and infrastructure provision within an urban setup. Then the views of the community on gravel pits and poaching. Then there is the issue of soil mining regulation. So the city has to regulate how the soil mining activities are being done. Then the key methods, mainly some of the data was collected using the drones, the unmanned vehicles. Then there's also used the Trimble, that's a GPS for points. Then also used the copper collector, also for the spatial spread. If you check this research is mainly mixed in the sense that we've got both qualitative and quantitative data. Then we're looking at the key drivers of soil mining in the city. Mainly is the livelihood. Like we said earlier, there is high urbanization in the city, so the demand for employment and the livelihoods is also threatened. So people now revert to the informal ways of livelihoods, which is soil mining. So you'd find most people now are able to do soil mining for survival. Then there is the issue of urban expansion. So since the rate at which people migrate to urban areas is particularly in the city of Bulawayo, there is high demand for housing. So as the demand for housing increases, people also use soil aggregates in the provision of housing. Then as well as the infrastructure development, the road construction, sewer and water infrastructure laying. So you find all these soil aggregates are also used there. So hence it increases the demand for these soil aggregates. And at the same time, when the demand is high, it also impacts on the soil mining. Then now we're looking at the environmental impacts. If you check on the images there, we have got the effects that it has on the land. There's land degradation versus what? Housing. So where there is high land degradation, it also affects the housing provision. The land becomes difficult to develop. Hence, these are some of the issues that we should look at when we're looking at soil mining. Then there's the issue of biodiversity loss. There's too much deforestation. As they do their soil mining, they also clear the vegetation. Then there is littering, which is also part of pollution. All these open pits that are left wherever soil mining is being done, they become dumping sites for solid waste. Then there is the issue of gravel extraction for roads construction. These leave big pits that become death traps, especially for kids who like playing. So during the rainy season, you find that water collects in those big pits, and kids are just exploratory in nature, so they will find themselves swimming there, and some even end up drowning there. So if you check again, there is a lot of deforestation, air pollution through the movement of heavy vehicles or heavy machinery, ozone layer depletion, and this also affects climate or brings a lot of challenges when it comes to climate change. Then we look at socio-economic impacts from the preliminary surveys. It shows that there were 3 children who died between 2014 and 2022 because of these open pits. Most of them, they are found within the residential areas. So during the rain season, like I've alluded to, water collects there and kids find themselves swimming there. And at the end of the day, they drown. Then you find also people venture into soil mining for employment creation, infrastructure development, community development projects, and source of income. Then on the other part now, there is a lot of accidents, noise and vibration, health issues, when we talk of mosquitoes, and then also talk of pollution. Then we look at spatial extent versus governance issues. Approximately 90 hectares of the land within the city is affected by both legal and illegal soil mining. And on that now, you'll find we've got certain pits or certain sites that are designated by the city that are planned where mainly soil, decomposed soil or decomposed gravel is extracted. Those are planned and they should be properly managed. But within those, again, you'll find that there is a lot of illegal extraction. Then there is high illegal soil mining, especially in the western areas. That's where we find most of our people who are struggling with survival in urban centers. That's in Country Park and Hyde Park. Then you'll find also the main soil aggregate that is being extracted there is pit sand. Also is attributed to the soil tap which is found within those areas. Then on government efforts and challenges, so pit sand extraction policy requires transporters to have permits. Already the city has got a policy on pit sand extraction because they have already designated one site for pit sand extraction, and when one wants to extract soil there, he has to get a permit. Then we've got 5 planned gravel pits, 3 of which are operational and 2 have been decommissioned. Then there is the issue of hungry man is an angry man. There is too much violence within soil poaching or soil mining. There are a lot of poachers, and in the process, when the local authority tries to enforce, tries to regulate, there is a lot of resistance. Hence, you find those poachers are very violent. So regulating that and enforcing is really a challenge. Then transformative initiatives and forward thinking. There is need for effective monitoring. That's the use of unmanned aerial vehicles in mapping of the urban activities. Then autonomous resource control, empowering local communities to have sense of ownership so as to promote or protect the environment. So as the city tries to control soil mining within its environs, it has to engage the communities as well. Then fostering organized working groups, that's having those who are into soil mining coming into a group and have multi-stakeholder working committee to manage operations. Then we also look at the sustainable practices, that's developing mining policies that minimize environmental harm. Then also having the deterrent penalties, formulate stringent and deterrent penalties on the poachers, of which it also needs a lot of manpower within the local authorities. Then in conclusion, soil mining in the city presents challenges despite being a source of livelihood. Then the use of unmanned aerial vehicles gives a comprehensive spatial extent affected by soil mining. Hence, it reduces the cost in managing the city, because at a click of a button with one person who's manning the unmanned aerial vehicle can do that within the whole city. So it reduces the human cost effects. Then besides having the socio-economic and environmental impacts to the community, soil mining presents construction challenges to the local authority. The degraded land which is a resultant of soil mining, is difficult to develop on. So if you check on the earlier images there are some areas that are now left undeveloped, yet we have got planned residential stands. So this is the challenge that the city is also facing. Then transformative change requires action at multiple levels, from local community initiatives to national level. Then sustainable soil mining policies and methods are to be used, and which this one needs an integrated approach from all levels. Then we have to look at the issue of education and training. So it means all those that are involved in soil mining, they have to be engaged at all levels and get trained on how to do proper soil mining, at the same time get the proper documentation for the city to remain functional. This brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bothwell Spanda, for your presentation. From the program, it seems we are supposed to have kind of a roundtable discussion after 4 presenters. So in terms of justice, let's just follow what is on the program. So can we all keep our questions, write them down, and we will just review them at the end of 4 presentations. Thank you for the sand mining experience, and also we expect to hear a lot from that particular presentation. Let me also bring to the fore that we have a competition of the best presenter. So what you need to do is please stick to your time. If you hear interesting background music coming from my phone, it shows that you have gone beyond the 10 minutes and you should just wrap up. So our next presenter is supposed to be Lundon Luka. I'm not so sure if they managed to be here. From the list, they were not here, but we have Jaffet. Also is like writing with others, with other writers like Jaffet Kello and also Bihari and also Gudre. And they are giving us an interesting presentation on remote sensing-based geospatial analysis of channel migration patterns in the lower valley of Share River, Chikawa district in Malawi. So let us all go to Malawi now and listen to Jaffet. He is from the University of Maseru in Mauritius, but the study is based in Malawi. Over to you, Jaffet. Can you please put your presentation on, slideshow? 10 minutes, and you are starting at 12:20. You are finishing at past. Let's start.
Thank you so much, Professor, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Jaffet Kendro. I'm a PhD student at the University of Mascarenhas, Mauritius. And yes, I'll be making a presentation on remote sensing-based geospatial analysis for channel migration in Chikwawa district, Malawi. So the Shire River basically is the Malawi's lifeline for agriculture, energy, and livelihoods, yet it is highly dynamic and prone to channel migration and also flooding. And in the lower Shire of Malawi, it's a particular place where floods, they have frequently happened over the past 20 years, affecting livelihoods and losing lives. So remote sensing and geospatial analysis provides a powerful tool in the quantifying as well as analyzing. So as per the study, it ran from 1975 to 2023. So this is the study area of Chikwawa district, and on your right, it's the methodology in which we used satellite images in the GIS environment. So in particular, we used a topographic survey map from the Department of Surveys Malawi, which acted as a baseline for the overlay analysis in the GIS environment for the images which were used, satellite images which were used, which were obtained through remote sensing. So these images, the satellite images, we use a normalized difference water index in order to be able to delineate the water pixels from the images, and then we were able to extract the center line of the river as well as the bank line of the river, and this enabled us to do an overlay. So the satellite images which were obtained was one of 1987, 2011, 1999, and 2013. So we obtained the center line of the rivers as well as the bank line. Our aim was to understand where the river has been changing, has been migrating, and hence how it has been affecting people's livelihoods in terms of their agriculture land and infrastructure. So on results, so we're able to come up with the 40 cross-sections along this stretch of the river, and this enables us to identify 5 zones, which were places where we noted that there has been a shifting of the river. It has been migrating, and this enabled us to do a further analysis in terms of what were some of the things which were changing, for example, salinity, bend ratio, as well as deposition, and as well as accreditation. So on zone 1 of the river, it enabled us to be able to understand that there has been a very migrating, there was a very migrating pattern, and there were a number of villages which were along this stretch, which were affected because of the changes in terms of the river migration. The same thing with the zone number 2. And also zone number 3 indicates an accelerating channel migration in terms of dynamics and also spatial predictability. And also it enables us to be able to understand which year the river pattern has been migrating so much. So like, for example, zone number 4, we understood that the year between 2011 and time period between 2011 and 2023, the river migrated a lot on this particular part of the area, and the further analysis enabled us to be able to understand the linkage to the dramatic extreme weather events, for example, the cyclone Fred, which had affected this southern part of Malawi. And the same thing also on zone number 5, there was an increase in terms of the lateral migration, with mean shifts reaching up to 50 meters in the period of 2023 and 2011 on the cross section of 64 and 56. So on the channel width changes, so there has also been a change in the channel width of the river. In particular, this particular zone, there has been zones, there have been widening of the rivers, and also there have been a cutoffs in terms of the river channels, and the cutoffs were happening even in places where people had to lose their farmland, and also some people even lost their infrastructure. On radius to width ratio analysis, So in all the bends which were able to identify, there was an indication that there is an instability in terms of the lateral migration. And we also analyzed the sinuosity index. So this also indicates that the river has been losing its meandering. So what it means is that the river has been straightening up in most of these parts. And when a river is losing the meandering pattern, it affects the river flow. So the river becomes, the flowing of the river water becomes faster as compared to when it's meandering. So when the river is becoming faster in terms of flowing, this also affect even in the has an impact even on the communities which are closer to those channels, and hence it can even cause flooding. And on sediment dynamics along the river, so we were able to note that there were some places where there's where erosion and accretion has increased so much that it affected even the riparian vegetation as the river has been changing course. Discussion. So the lateral channel migration has been intensifying over the years, and also the sediment dynamics. For example, the net sediment change shifted from 181 meters square between 1987 to 1975 to about 2,778 meters square in the period of 2011 and also 2023, indicating that there is a lot of the decline in terms of the meandering source, and also there's a lot of deposition in the sediments on the identified zones, meaning the river has been migrating a lot in terms of the pattern. And conclusion as well as recommendation. So the widening of the lateral migration and sediment accumulation, it highlights dynamic and evolving river morphology over this particular decade, and this threatened the agricultural infrastructure as well as the settlements. And the spatial variability in sinusoidal migration complicates flood prediction. So there is a need of continuous monitoring using the satellite base as well as even the unmanned aerial vehicles to enable that the communities along the rivers, they are not even affected much when there is a disaster. So this marks the end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Japhet. You are on time. Well done. You actually saved us a little more time, 1 minute and 9 seconds. That's excellent. Well done. Now that I'm being told that Lundon is in, can you please quickly join? And we are giving you your 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Let me say so. And I want to believe your connection is not going to give us trouble, because we want to make sure that we are on time. Welcome to this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to join in. I'm setting up my presentation. I hope you can see it. Hello?
Hello. Go
Can you see my
ahead.
presentation?
We are not seeing your presentation, but we can see you and we can hear you clearly.
Right. Could it be connected remotely from your end? Because
no,
I've got it
my
up on
end
my
is
device.
my end is even worse because I'm in the field. So you can present. You can see your presentation. You can go ahead and
All right.
Go ahead and give us that presentation, and just make sure you are very much audible. And Shakila can actually continue to intercede for us until the presentation is online. Shakila, can you please assist with presentations? But can we move on? Because
All right,
the online ones are tricky.
Thanks a lot. My name is Loudon Luka. I'm from Zozo University, Malawi. I'm a PhD candidate in urban and regional planning. My presentation is on mapping land use and land cover changes to explore the role of nature-based solutions in addressing Zozo City's sustainability and resilience challenges. I'll start with talking about the threats to urban sustainability and resilience in Zozo City. Zozo City is actually Malawi's most rapidly growing city. It's growing at 5.4% per annum. And it's the third largest in the country. In the 2018 population census, there was a count of 221,000 people. And at 5.4%, the population should be edging towards 300,000. More than 65% of the people in the Zozo City live in informal settlements. The Zozo City itself, in its State of the Environment Report 2019, has expressed alarm at the rate at which environmental degradation is taking place in the city. And this is contributing to vulnerability to climate change-related hazards, such as flooding. The worst flood took place in 2016, where 15 settlements were inundated with flood waters, 19,000 people displaced, 7 people killed. The trend has been ongoing, but not at that magnitude. So there has been a big problem with encroachment on one of the city's major ecosystems, which is the Lunyangwa River, that is posing specific sustainability and the resilience challenges for the city. So what's the objective of this study? The objective of this study is to explore the role that nature-based solutions could play in addressing urban sustainability and resilience challenges in the city. There are a number of specific objectives. The first one, I'll need to read it out: to detect and quantify spatial temporal changes in Zozo City's land use and land cover from 1986 to the year 2020. I did this to talk to what the State of the Environment Report from the Zozo City says in terms of environmental degradation, but we needed to quantify those changes, but also sequence them in terms of time, as well as the location where those changes have taken place. Methods: this is a quantitative approach. I use a quantitative approach. I utilize satellite imagery to quantify land use and cover changes between 1986 and 2020. Landsat imagery from the US Geological Survey portal for those years was used, and land cover types were classified as vegetation, water borders, built up areas, bare land, and cropland. The conceptual framework: I conceptualized the impacts of climate change and rapid urbanization as intertwining to pose a number of urban challenges. And those challenges are environmental degradation, urban encroachment, catchment degradation, and unsustainable land use and cover changes. And the drivers for that are climate change, weak urban regulation or governance, rapid urbanization. And the impacts are vulnerability to disaster risks, degradation of ecosystems and services, threats to urban water security, social vulnerability, and biodiversity loss. Now, what are the sustainable solutions to this? Nature-based solutions has been studied extensively as a tool for urban sustainability. So I have posited this view that nature-based solutions could address these challenges. And what are the enablers? Good governance and participatory planning are the enablers for that. Moving for that, I set out to understand the nexus between urban sustainability and resilience. Urbanization-driven challenges have intertwined with climate change to pose sustainability and the resilience challenges in cities. And this is why the United Nations included urbanization and climate goals in the Sustainable Development Goals, which is goals 11 and 13. Despite them, sometimes they can be conceived as similar, but they are different concepts. However, urban ecologists have seen urban resilience as an adaptive process for transformation towards sustainability. What are nature-based solutions? The International Union for the Conservation of Nature classes nature-based solutions as an ecosystem-based approach, which uses nature to address various societal challenges, which includes climate change. Now, human beings benefit a lot from nature. There are benefits that we derive from nature that are called ecosystem services. And these are grouped into four. They are supporting, provisioning, regulating, and cultural. My focus in this study are the regulating ecosystem services, which include the flood regulation. Now, the study area is the Lunyangwa River in Zuzu City, which bisects the city into two, north and south. An important ecosystem for the city. It's where the local urban water authority draws its water from, and it's very important for the city. Now, results. The results have shown extensive land use and cover changes from a predominantly green city to one that is dominated by built-up areas and encroachment on that important ecosystem, the Lunyangwa River. And I have quantified those changes. There are images, if this was up, the images that would have shown those changes. But all I know shows encroachment on this important ecosystem, whereby there's built-up areas where they shouldn't be, and this is causing vulnerability challenges. So these findings of in the rapid loss of greenery or vegetative cover along the Lunyangwa River corresponds with other studies that have shown that this area, this ecosystem, has the highest vulnerability for flooding in the city. And there is threats to water security because the Northern Region Water Board, which is the local water authority, depends on this ecosystem for the provision of water for the city. And they are facing a lot of challenges to do so, to fulfill their mandate, because this ecosystem is degraded. So what needs to be done to build resilience? Now, I put forward the view that nature-based solutions have an important role to play in restoring this degraded ecosystem, but also incorporating ecosystem-based disaster reduction through that restoration, those restoration efforts. Now, there are different typologies, three typologies of nature-based solutions. The first one is use of natural ecosystems. The second one is managed or restored ecosystems. The third one is creation of new ecosystems. I recommend all of those to sustainably address the sustainability and resilience challenges. Thank you very much. That brings me to the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. in Waiting.
Thank you.
Ludon, well done. You were left with 41 seconds, and we are going to utilize those ones. And it's a very much rich discussion, a much rich presentation. Well done. To the rest of the team, please take note. What we want to do with this session is to learn from each other. So I'll only take one presenter. Let me dismiss this one. I'll only take one presenter, and then we can have 10 minutes of interaction just to see how much we have learned, and how much we can also learn from the presenters. That's what we want to do. That's the way to go. So I'm not so sure if Leholo is around. Mayatulu. Leholo. Leholo must be there physically. Can you please go ahead and give us your presentation titled From Inclusive Placemaking to Sustainable Communities, Children's Participation in Planning Public Recreational Facilities, the case of Patterson Park Multipurpose Center, Nudud, in Johannesburg. So from Malawi to Johannesburg, can we have Lehoho presenting, and I'm giving you only 10 minutes. If you hear sweet music playing from this side, it means you have overgone your 10 minutes. So don't go beyond that, so that we can have at least 10 minutes for our discussion. So this is 12:43. You are going to end at, I'm just waiting for you to connect.
We're busy putting it up.
No problem. Just put it on a slideshow, please. There we go.
So it's got a couple of screens on our side, so we just need to find out how to manage it to move to the next slide. There.
No problem. But 12:45, you are going to start. And then 12:55, the bell is gonna ring. So over to you, Leholo Mayaluta, and is also working or being mentored by Dr. George Onatu and Professor Mpambukeni. And I think this team is coming from University of Johannesburg. Thank you, Leholo. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Leholo Mayatula, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank my co-authors, Dr. Onatu and Professor Mpambukeli. So my research basically is around how we can make communities sustainable. So as the title suggests, it's around communities, it's around sustainability, it's around children specifically, and how do we create sustainable communities, including children. So if you guys ever take into consideration what communities look like, and if you then take into consideration the children in our communities, do we ever give them a voice to participate in creating the communities that they are a part of? And that is what our research is about. So let me start before I get all carried away. Let me move to my next slide. So this thing is going everywhere and not where I'm wanting it to go. And I've done that again. Can I please have, oh, there we go. There we go. So basically my question is around how do we build inclusive cities if children are absent from planning? So if you take a step back, it would be basically, how did you relate to your space when you were a child? And then planning comes into the picture in terms of what we do as planners. And when we engage in our various processes, do we allow children to participate in those processes? So what are we doing? Are we creating communities with children, without children? Are we creating communities for children? Are we creating communities for ourselves as adults? One of the things that has come up a lot is the fact that children are the future of our cities. We've got urbanization, we've got a whole lot of population growth in our spaces, but these spaces are not incorporating children. We are not hearing their voices, but they are part of our communities. So that's where the question comes from. How do we build inclusive cities if our children are absent from those spaces? So the problem statement that this research looked at was inclusive planning through participation of children in spatial planning. So what do we have as planners to make sure that our children participate in our spaces? We've got a lot of policies, and we've basically pulled out spatial planning as the point of contact. Now, spatial planning, the reason why we looked at that was the fact that it's a long-term planning process. And that being the case, it allows for children to participate in that process. Bear in mind that the children are going to be growing. So as they grow, they've been part of this process. And at the end of the process, they have ownership of those spaces because they were part of those spaces. Then what happens at the same time is while the children are participating, they've also got other people who are participating with them. So when I say that, I'm saying while they're still young, and maybe I should just take a step back, when are we talking about children? We're looking at the age group between 2 until 18. All right? So these children are growing up, whether it's in early childhood development spaces, whether it's in primary school, whether it's in high school, whether it's just as they get to varsity. They have been part of this process. And spatial planning, in terms of its nature, allows that to happen. So we're not stepping out of the norm. We're working with what we have. So what do? We use public participation. Every aspect of how we develop our spaces, we need to make sure that there's public participation processes taking place. So these are some of the legislations that we have looked at in terms of how do we get children to participate. So what we're saying is we're not asking for anything out of the norm. The country, in terms of its constitution, allows for public participation. If you look at the SPLUMA, the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, it allows for public participation. So the question then becomes, how are we using these policies to allow for the participation of children? We usually say marginalized communities. Why don't we look at children as part of the marginalized communities or vulnerable communities? Why don't we look at them as part of the people who will participate in these spaces? And legislation doesn't stop us from doing that. So we've listed a couple of legislations, but we've also listed the aspect around children's rights. Now, whether you look at the Constitution, whether you look at the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, they're always saying the same thing. Children must participate in the spaces that affect their lives. So we're not asking for something new. We're saying we already have the template to start working with what we have. We've got the African Charter and the Children's Rights. We've got the Children's Act. All of these things are not saying don't involve children. They're saying get them involved. And there we go. My finger's on the right point now. So the research question is, what participatory processes informed the development of the City of Johannesburg's Patterson Park Multipurpose Center within the Sports and Recreational Precinct? Now, why did we choose this point? It's because it was specifically designed for children. It's a recreational space. So we haven't excluded them even in the planning of our facilities. Technically, we are allowing them to participate. But are we really using the documentations to help them participate in these spaces? And that's what we're asking. So we continue on our journey of exploration. And this process basically used, it was a qualitative research methodology that was used, but it was anchored in the right-based of and participatory planning approach. So we're not asking for something new. We're not creating something new. We're saying we already have these systems in place. How did we participate? We used questionnaires that we used they were open-ended questionnaires that we used to explore how people had their lived experiences around the development of the Patterson Park Multipurpose Center. So the intention was to target 37 participants. We basically looked at city officials, those who were mostly involved in that project, and those who were facilitating participation in that process, facility managers, key stakeholders, which is business communities. We even engaged with street vendors within that area because they are part of the community. And we then engaged with the end users. So with the end users, what we also did, we did some observations. So we literally went to the multipurpose center, watched how the children were actually using the space. We watched how the adults were using the space. And in that process, we actually got to realize that as much as the space is being used, it's not being used to its full capacity. And that was also followed through by a number of responses that we received. So here's my case study, which is the Patterson Park Multipurpose Center, just to try and bring that back down. Sorry, my fingers are going all over the place, or should I say my pointer? So a bit of facts about Patterson Park. Why did we choose Patterson Park? So I don't know if most of you have heard about it, but way back, the city of Joburg had, not way back, not that old, but the city of Joburg had this amazing plan. It was their strategic plan called, now I've forgotten about it. Anyway, we'll get back there. I'm sure. There we go. It's right there. The Corridors of Freedom, which was the strategy in which they were saying, this is how we are going to break the apartheid mold of planning. How do we bring communities closer to the city? How do we make sure that we have integration? And what they did as well was to say, we're doing that as one of the reasons, one of the processes we would use would be the integrated transportation system. So that's where the Louis Botha Development Corridor happens, is one of those corridors, connecting corridors. But the beauty of this one is that each corridor also had multi-purpose spaces, so social spaces that they used as the areas that they would use to integrate the community. The inclusivity was coming through from the public participation, the inclusivity was coming through from the social spaces. Sorry, I'm getting carried away now. But what I also wanted to highlight in that point was the fact that those social spaces included different communities. So if you look at previously, how cities were designed were much more closed in terms of just the community you're working with or you're developing for. But this scenario takes consideration of the fact that you've got Orange Grove as a suburb that you were including, you've got Norwood, you've got Orchards, Victoria and Alexander Townships. All of that is a multicultural space that is all coming into this Patterson Park Multipurpose Center. You've got the facts around that, so you've got that. So this is what it looks like. And as you see it here as the sketch, it's basically what it looks like on site. You've got your swimming pool, your tennis courts, you've got the multi-sectoral section where you've got your library, you've got rooms where you could do different types of participation or businesses or clubs. So you've got a space that allows for a whole lot of integration of activities. You've got your soccer fields and again, a beautiful, beautiful space.
Can you please wrap up? Please wrap up. You have gone beyond your time.
Oh, I talk too much. Okay, let me just go back. So what are our findings? Our children basically didn't
Just go
participate.
to the conclusion.
Conclusion says, recommendations and conclusions. Planners, what are we doing? We need to take into consideration what we have. And what we have requires us to use the documentation. We need to be bold in the way in which we work, and we need to be multi-sectoral. So what do we mean with children? You've already got teachers, you've already got the healthcare system, you've already got social workers. How do we use all of that to engage the communities when we develop our spaces and have our children be the voices that lead us, especially around spaces that involve them? Thank you so much, and sorry for allowing me to jump over my time, but that's it from me.
Very much. I can see you have got lots of energy, lots of, you are a very good speaker. And I can see you standing in for the rights of children, which is something that we normally we create an oversight over those issues. So what we want to do now is between now and the and our lunch. Are we not supposed to have lunch at 1 p.m.? Hello? Lunch is at 1 p.m. So can we have, can you please type your question on the wall so that I'll be able to read it, and just tell us who is that question meant for? Who is being directed that question to, so that we can move on. Just type on the wall, please, quickly, quickly. Let me see if we have any questions. No questions. No questions? Because if I give you questions, guys, you will feel like I'm being tough on you. But I want to appreciate each and every one of us. Let me check with the Shakila if we are breaking for lunch, and what time we are going to convene for the remaining presentations. Dr. Ayo,
Hi, Doc. You're right.
yes, tell us between
There are
us
some
and lunch.
questions. Just about 4 minutes. Is there anyone that has a question here? Prof, you have to give about 2 minutes. There are some people that have
Okay.
two questions here. Just a
No
quick one.
problem, no problem. My pleasure.
But in
Give them time to ask.
1 minute, please summarize your question.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question to Jafet. So Jafet, based on your presentation, you keep listing problems which affect communities near riverbanks, but you never stated or shown any support which is given by the government for those affected. In short, what are the recovery strategies which you can suggest for those affected, even though we have a system in place, but still there will be those that will be affected along the riverbanks? Thank you.
Any other question? There was someone with a hand up. All right.
Good morning or good day. My question will go to the first presenter on soil mining. You did say or mention that there are policies that are in place, more on the fact of the environmental impact. First, you did mention there is illegal mining and legal mining. So what are the preventative measures, noting that there are policies in place? If there is a rehabilitation policy in place, but is not enforced, what further actions are being taken in Bulawayo? Because noting, I'm just going back to South Africa, it's either it's a closure situation of the mining or reversing the impact, going to inclusive of children participation, inclusive children participation presentation, Thank you for that. It was so much of an eye-opener. I am a child again. Um, very much it is closing the gap on social inclusion. No one, in fact, put that in mind, noting that there are policies that are in place for public participation for children. I guess in our own avenues or municipalities or governance, we will try to implement those types. For me, so to avoid a white elephant facility going forward. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Okay, Mr. Jaffet, do you want to respond?
All
Yours
right.
was requested as a compliment. All right. Just in 1 minute. Jaffet's online. Oh, Mr. Jaffet, sorry. Please respond.
All right. Thank you.
You want to hold your video, please? Put on your video, please, so that we can know who's speaking to us. You can go ahead if you to delay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, the question was about the recovery strategies, either from government. Well, for the presentation's sake, I omitted some things, more especially at the end. But some of the things which can be looked into for a long time solutions include hard engineering, for example, building embankments, leaves, or putting gabions in some of these places where we have a river migrating, and also some soft engineering, for example, for friendly methods. Improving the riparian vegetation may also help to ensure that the rivers are not migrating and are not affecting the infrastructure of the people, as well as even the agricultural land. So there are a number of things which can be done, but I just wanted to highlight these two as to ensure a long lasting solutions to the communities which are being affected. Thank you.
Okay, I think there's a question popping up to a child. How could one define town urban planning? Does it part of your study? Did any child define town urban planning? Yes, there's a question that popped on the screen that says, as a child, how do they define town/urban planning?
Thank you for that question. I think children experience the space anyway. So they might not have the name to define what urban and town planning is, or urban and regional planning is, but they know the spaces. They are living in those spaces. So if you give them a name, you're probably enforcing that name upon them. But when you hear them explain to you what it is that they're experiencing in those spaces, they're actually speaking of urban and regional planning. I don't want to go further into it, but there's a project that we are working on where we've got professionals listening to the children, telling them about the names of those spaces. Then you interpret that information into what your profession says, so that they have a language that speaks to them directly.
Colleagues. Oh. Thank you for clapping for me. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for clapping for me. All right, colleagues, we've come to the end of the fourth session of these Zoom presentations. We go on a fasting break now. That will take about 25 minutes. Oh, sorry, someone is correcting me. It's a lunch break. So we go for our lunch just by the Duke for about 20 to 30 minutes. So we should be back here with the permission of Prof. Iguainen, if I can go ahead, Ma.
Yes.
All right. So we come back by 1:30.
At 1:30.
Yes. Thank you very much.
1:30 we are back. And when we come back, let me clap for you, Dr. Ayu. I'll always do that. You know it.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. So when we come back, we'll have your baby Sebastian, Faith, Machika, and Onhlatile. they will start, they will give us their insight, and there's going to be a question to say, what did you learn from all these presentations? Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Those who are online, please enjoy the virtual pie. Good afternoon. Hello. Are we not supposed to start by now, guys? Because I also have some engagement in the afternoon. I haven't taken my lunch, and I was supposed to go for lunch at 2 for the sake of this session. Hello?
Hi, Prof.
Yeah,
We're waiting. We're waiting for everyone to get in.
for me, my lunch is starting at 2 because I had shifted it for the sake of this session. So now I don't know what's gonna happen because maybe let me just push until 1:30. There are about 3 people presenting. Yeah.
Okay. If you have a
And then
problem, get Dr. Papula to take over.
yeah.
We're
Because
trying
I
to get
just
everyone
want,
in.
yeah, we just have and maybe until quarter to 3. Because yeah, because if they can come and we can have the online ones, it's still fine. The physical ones are still sorting out the lunch issues that side.
Yeah, we're just trying to get everyone in the room. Dr. Papula is going to call them. I think they're enjoying their lunch too much.
You may say that again. No, what we can do is just get everyone in the room and then we can start and
Yeah.
then we can end before 3 so that I can also join my lunch my lunch break because I decided just to make sure that I make this thing a success, you know.
Yeah, no, just give us 2 minutes and I'll try and get him in.
Good afternoon once again, colleagues. Hope we are doing well. Prof, are you there?
Hello, Dr. Ayo. I'm
Prof,
waiting
drop your
for,
video again.
yeah.
Oh, it's on.
Yes, we can start and we just need to make sure that everyone speaks for 10 minutes and then we'll see how many minutes will be left because I also need to go for lunch before they close at 3.
Oh, so lunch. Okay, Prof, no problem.
Pardon?
Okay. All right, no problem. All right. We'll
And
stop.
yeah, let me put my stopwatch. Right. I'm not so sure if Sebastian is online and is ready to present.
Sebastian, are you online?
Sebastian is not there. Is Tsungai there? Maybe they are not there. If they are not there, is Ontatile there?
I've just been told. Okay, that's fine. We proceed. Who's next?
Yeah, who is next? On my lineup, Anyone who is ready is on Tatile.
Sebastian is ready. I've just been told now that Sebastian is ready.
Yeah, if
Prof.
he's ready, let him present. Let him
Sebastian,
come forth.
please.
Hello, good afternoon.
project
Sebastian is
yourself.
online.
Yeah, Sebastian. Okay, well done, well done. Thank you. That's wonderful. Sebastian, welcome to this session, and I want to thank you for going your lunch and also for just being there on time. We pressed with time here, and just want to thank you for being there for us. And I understand you presenting this. I'm trying to see from my list.
Assessment of the
Sebastian,
impact of body erosion on
is
urban
number
development.
what? Is number
Number 4.
number 4? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to. Why is this now? The to post recovery. Peri-urban. Okay, number 4. Yes. Number 4. No. Where is this thing? Peri-urban number 7. Okay. Yes. Sebastian is not number 4, Dr. Ayu. Our number 4 is our number 4 is
Prof,
Bantu.
may I suggest that Sebastian just proceed, then I'll chat you at the background.
All right, it's fine. Can you proceed, Sebastian? I'm giving you
Sebastian, over
10
to you.
minutes. And if you hear some sweet music coming from this side, it means you've gone beyond your 10 minutes. So just try to be within the 10-minute range. Can you please start?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right,
So my name is Mr. Sebastian, a master student of Department of Urban Regional Planning, Federal University of Technology in Nigeria. So my paper presentation is on assessment of the impact of coal erosion on urban development in Auchi, Edo State, Nigeria. Coal erosion poses a significant threat to sustainable urban development in Auchi, a rapidly growing town in Edo State, Nigeria. Auchi is the administrative headquarters of Esako West local government area of Edo State, Nigeria. The town's sandy soil structure, coupled with increasing anthropogenic activities such as deforestation, poor drainage practice, and unplanned urban expansion, has worsened the situation. So this study assessed the impact of coal erosion on urban infrastructure, environmental quality, and socioeconomic conditions in 4 severely affected quarters under the same town. So globally, we know coal erosion has been recognized as a critical environmental challenge affecting both rural and urban areas. Most researchers has also done some studies in Auchi town, identified natural and human-induced causes of coal erosion in town. Despite intervention by the state government and Nigeria Erosion and Watershed Management Project, the coal erosion continues to threaten urban development in Auchi town. So therefore, there is need for up-to-date comprehensive study to inform policy and planning. So this paper fills that gap by focusing on the current state of coal erosion and its implication for urban sustainability. So a mixed method of research that was adopted, combining both quantitative and qualitative data collection. Sample size focus on those communities along the coal corridor. So for the occupation profile of the residents along the coal corridor are mainly farmers, we have civil servants, and we also have traders. Majority of respondents have attained secondary school and tertiary education. However, despite this educational advantage, the area still experiences severe coal erosion, indicating disconnect between knowledge and practice, uncontrolled urban expansion, and lack of effective governance and planning framework. Activities driven more by economic necessity than ignorance. So So, however, the field survey results show that deforestation, lack of drainages, and unplanned urban expansion is one of the contributing factors causing gully erosion in Auchi town. Also, impact on infrastructure shows that the gully erosion has impacted on farmlands, displacement of people and property, the reduction of building spaces. Community-based control measures locally simply through tree planting, construction of local drainages, and all other things, which, however, this effect has been ineffective and insufficient to control the gully erosion. In conclusion, the study recommends that urban and land use planning framework should be strengthened. Infrastructure design and drainage systems should be improved. Community-based erosion control programs should be promoted. Then environmental education and awareness should be enhanced in the town. Institutional capacity and governance should be strengthened. Sites for immediate intervention should be prioritized. Research and monitoring should be encouraged. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for your presentation. You were precise, you were in time. And one thing I liked about this thing is like it's also bringing in another dimension in terms of gully erosion. In the morning, we also had something to do with the riverbeds, flooding, and still we are seeing another kind of a concept here. The good thing is also this particular session is made up of different scholars from different countries, African countries. We're in Nigeria. We're going to come back to South Africa. And please stay online because we are going to have a discussion moment after the last presenter for this session has done their job. So in a way, we want to learn more about what is happening in Nigeria and also what we are going to hear from other speakers on this particular session. So I just want to thank you for your presentation. Well done. Now, can I have Ontatile, please? Ontatile, may you please join the session and present? I understand Ontatile is going to also present online. Hello. If Ontatile is not ready, can I have Tsungai? Hello. Oh, Faith, is Faith around? Faith Chinete. So who is around?
Hello, I'm around, ma.
Can you please present who is this one?
Hisham Sharif.
Okay.
I'm number
Oh,
9.
Okay. Hisham Sharif, you're going to give us something on urban heat vulnerability in changing climate. temporal analysis of exposure patterns, health impacts, and adaptation deficits in Katsina, Nigeria. Thank you so much. You don't want us to come to South Africa. You want us to remain in Nigeria for a while, ne?
Yes, yes, Prof.
Please go ahead and remember, I'm giving you only 10 minutes. Can you just make it in 10 minutes so that we can learn more from you? And this is something very interesting. Interesting. Let us hear from you.
My name is Hisham Sharif Bala, and this presentation is titled Urban Vulnerability in a Changing Climate, Exposure, Health, and Equity in Katsina, Nigeria. It reports two-decade mixed methodology, temporal analysis. Our central question is how rapidly urbanization, semi-arid cities can cope with escalating heat risks, and whether adaptation strategies are keeping pace with climate realities. This study was motivated by the need to link climate science with human well-being and equity and policy. Climate change is not abstract in a Sahel. It is already producing more frequent and more intense heat extremes. The urban heat island effect amplifies these risks, making cities hotter than surrounding areas. Our aim was twofold: to analyze 20 years of data on heat exposure health outcomes and institutional response in Katsina, to propose an integrated framework for inclusive climate resilience. In other words, we sought to move beyond climate data alone and to understand how urban heat intersect with health, equity, and justice. Why Katsina? Katsina is one of the most rapidly urbanizing cities in northern Nigeria, growing at 4.7% per year. This expansion is straining infrastructure, altering land cover, and changing housing forms. Meanwhile, average temperature have been rising at 0.03 degree per year, with dry season peaks regularly exceeding 40 degrees. This makes Katsina both a climate hotspot and a social vulnerability hotspot. Studying Katsina allows us to understand how climate dynamics, rapid urban growth, and human health interact. Our methodology combines three approaches. First, meteorological data from 2001 to 2020 from national weather stations and from NIMET. And secondly, household surveys of 800 residents capturing live experience of heat and associated health outcome. And thirdly, healthcare practitioner interviews. We conducted a focus group discussion with 30 doctors in this state in order to inquire about the heat threatening diseases and illnesses that are bothering people in the city. The data revealed alarming trends. Heat wave increased 276% between 2010 and 2020, from 21 days to 79 days annually. Seasonally, April to June is now the most hazardous period, while daily peaks occur consistently between 12 noon to 6 p.m., coinciding with both maximum solar radiation and the urban heat island effect. This finding illustrates not just rising temperatures, but a shifting climatic baseline where extreme heat is becoming the norm. The question now is, when it is hottest the most, heat exposure translated directly into human suffering. Our survey showed that 37.8% of residents experience heat stroke symptoms, whereby 33.5% reported respiratory distress, and others reported chronic headaches and dizziness, Importantly, these impacts were not equally distributed. The elderly, outdoor laborers, and people with chronic illness bore the heaviest burden. Heat thus emerges as not only a climatic hazard, but also an issue of public health and equity. So, okay, so we map vulnerability in Katsina State, whereby across demographic and occupant groups, patterns became clear. Outdoor workers compelled by economic necessity face sustained exposure during the hottest hours. Elderly population have reduced psychological resilience. Low-income groups are often confined to poorly ventilated dwellings. These overlapping vulnerabilities demonstrate that heat risks and social stratified, requiring inclusive solutions. Surprisingly, one of the most counterintuitive findings was architectural traditional mud houses with thick walls and natural ventilation outperform modern brick and concrete houses, which trap heat and restrict airflow. Residents in traditional homes reported 27% fewer heat-related symptoms. This challenges the assumption that modernization automatically improves resilience and highlight the relevance of indigenous architectural knowledge in the era of climate change. So this brings us to our finding, which reveals a worrying adaptation gap. Institutional responses such as green spaces, early warning systems, and public cooling centers exist in plans but are poorly implemented. 70% of residents judge them ineffective, and only 18.4% were even aware of community level efforts. This disconnect illustrates how adaptation often fails, not because of lack of intention, but because of weak execution and insufficient integration with local realities. Our framework for action is to bridge this gap. We propose a 4-pillar framework: urban planning to integrate green infrastructure and enforce passive cooling designs. Secondly, inclusive early warnings, to deliver tailored alerts through accessible media in local languages. Thirdly is community networks, strengthen neighborhood-based support systems and mutual aid. And lastly is housing policy by promoting climate appropriate building codes and retrofit drawings from a vernacular wisdom. The essence is integration. Adaptation must move beyond fragmented project to equity-centered resilience systems. Pathways to our conclusion. Based on these findings, we outlined 3 pathways forward: learning from the past, valuing traditional architecture and indigenous practice. Secondly, protecting the most vulnerable by targeting interventions where risks are highest. Thirdly is planning for the future, embedding climate responsiveness into codes, policies, and institutions. Urban heat is not just a climatic phenomenon. It is a societal test of justice, equity, and governance in a warming world. In conclusion, Katsina exemplifies the convergence of climate change, rapid urbanization, and social vulnerability. Heat waves are rising dramatically, health impacts are inequitable, and adaptation remains inadequate. Yes, resilience is possible by integrating specific analysis, traditional knowledge, and inclusive governance. Cities can protect their most vulnerable populations. The core message is this: heat must be treated not simply as a climatic issue, but as a matter of equity, health, and justice. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ashim, for your presentation. Well done, and I'm sure quite a number of us have learned something from the issue of this heat island, urban heat, and it's actually getting worse because of global warming And such studies are very much critical to allow us urbanites to enjoy the urban spaces. Thank you so much. Don't go away. We are going to have a discussion time. Probably some people may want to know more about your study and they may want to raise some questions about what you presented to us today. So thank you very much. And now, who is ready? I have Ontatile. Ontatile, can you please present? I understand you are presenting online. Go ahead, Ontatile. Can you please share your screen? Hello. Okay, she's not prepared. Can we have Naishe presenting on behalf of Tsungai, because those are the only two people on my list that are left. Adekani, hello?
Yes, this is Menashe. I'm ready to present.
Okay,
But
please, please share your screen, Menashe. And may you please be aware that I'm going to give you 10 minutes to do your presentation. And if you hear some sweet sound coming from my side, it means that we should just be aware that our time is up. And thank you so much for taking us from Nigeria. Now we are in Zimbabwe. And the title of your presentation is Urban Agriculture as a Nature-Based Solution for Climate Resilience. And you're looking at a case study of Mutare in Zimbabwe. Please, can you please go ahead? And I understand you're quite a number. This is excellent. We have got Faith Chinete, George Miti, Vigilance Bako, Sebastian Chareka, and Professor Kamjanje. Well done. This is what we want in terms of collaboration. Can you please start?
Thank you so much. And building on the background that was highlighted by the other presenters, urban areas, my slides are not moving. Okay, so urban areas are facing a number of vulnerabilities, as well as, so they are facing these climate changes or climate-related shocks and stresses, and they are also vulnerable to the impacts of these changes. And like what the others have indicated, we have flash floods, heat waves, and this also disrupts the food systems. And also these shocks are also worsened by the fact that we do have poverty, we do have pollution, we have inequalities, we have food insecurity issues within the urban areas. And this is also true within the urban areas of Zimbabwe. So urban areas now are forced, or it is now critical for urban areas to then find strategies to survive, adapt, or thrive when it comes to climate issues. Because when they have these strategies, they are able to then identify opportunities, they're able to survive these particular shocks. And there are quite a number of strategies that have been proposed. And one of the strategies is nature-based solutions. And with nature-based solutions, they are people will be working with nature, they are working with what they have, and therefore it is not difficult for people to find solutions to their own problems. And nature-based solutions also result in addressing a number of issues simultaneously. They are locally adaptive, therefore they are quite appropriate. So with this particular research, we are looking at trying to trying to look at the effectiveness or the role that urban agriculture plays as a nature-based solution for building urban climate resilience in Mutare. This is because there is growing prevalence of urban agriculture, but in terms of the evidence or empirical evidence as to the effectiveness of urban agriculture in enhancing climate resilience, there is little knowledge regarding that. And therefore, for us to integrate that in urban planning or for us to use the information, it is quite difficult. Therefore, our research aimed to look at the practices, to identify the practices, to also look at the benefits, as well as coping strategies in terms of urban agriculture in Mutare. Mutare is a city located in the eastern part of Zimbabwe. It is the fourth largest city in Zimbabwe. For our study, we used a cross-sectional case study design, and it was a design that was carried out in 2 phases. So the first phase of the research is complete. That is the one that we are presenting right now. And this is the qualitative phase of the research, where we collected data through key informant interviews, as well as focus group discussions. And in terms of the participants, they were purposely sampled because we wanted people who had experience and knowledge about urban agriculture in the city. And for the key informant interviews, the inclusion criteria was they had to have a role and knowledge in terms of urban agriculture in Mutare, and they were supposed to be willing to participate. Same as for the focus group discussions, we wanted people who were residents, and they were also supposed to be willing to participate in the discussions. We had semi-structured interview guides that we used to collect data. And for the analysis, we identified themes from those particular interviews. And then in terms of ethics, we followed all the laid down ethical protocols, and they were sanctioned by Africa University Research and Ethics Committee. So it was from having to look at the tools and then the permission to carry out the study from the council, as well as seeking consent from the participants. So the participants were well informed about the research, and then consent was sought. And regarding the findings, the main practices include the fact that the participants grow mainly crops, vegetable crops for consumption, although some highlighted that they sell some of their produce. And then in terms of livestock, it was also mainly poultry, and it was for consumption as well as for sale. And some participants highlighted that they are into value addition or food processing, where they dry their fruits and veggies, and some make some jams, sauce, and different products. Mainly, they practice the urban agriculture in their backyards. So instead of planting flowers, lawn, they are now transitioning to having food crops. And some, they identify vacant land along the roads or anywhere in the city, and they practice their agriculture. So if they see or if they identify any idle land, they practice. And then in terms of benefits, we categorize them into 4 broader categories. So there's food and nutrition security, the availability of food is increased, access to fresh produce, as well as a reduction in household expenditure. There's also, they also highlighted a reduction in the food mile, which was quite impressive, and as well as social cohesion, where they can get other produce or where they can share. If they don't have an item, they can share with other people within or around their community. And then in terms of the challenges, the main one that was highlighted was the one in terms of limited space. So there's limited space even around the city because there's in terms of expansion for the city. And for that one, they make use of lands around schools, or they identify areas where there is unutilized land, and then they have agreements with the owners. They also try to use other containers, sacks, in order to plant their crops. And then there is also high theft, and it is labor intensive, as well as lack of markets. So in terms of dealing with that, they try to share equipment. They try to find other ways of diversifying their crops, and also some even at night they stand guard to protect their crops. And then in terms of the environment, there is pollution, there is the droughts, as well as the heat stress. These affect their poultry, as well as themselves. They are affected with the changing climate. So they have resorted to then identifying which crops do well in winter. And in terms of the pollution, they do cleanups, and this also helps the urban councils, because now people are not forced or coerced into cleaning up their areas. They clean up their areas because they know that is where their fields are. And then in terms of challenges around unclear legal status, as well as conflicts with the council, they are trying to come up with strategies where they engage the council, and so that they have a common understanding. And we were happy to find out that they were part of the policy making process for the urban agricultural policy. And then in terms of our research, our study therefore showed that urban agriculture is already functioning as a locally grounded nature-based solution, and this reflects the key nature-based principles as defined by the IUCN and other global frameworks. That is, it is supporting climate adaptation, that is reducing vulnerabilities, because now people are having food locally, they are using what they have, it is improving health. So there are multiple benefits that are coming up from urban agriculture. It is also supporting biodiversity and ecosystem health, as well as the fact that it is locally appropriate and context specific. And then there are issues that need to be addressed, that is sustainability over the long term, ensuring inclusivity, as well as the policy issues that need to be addressed. And these findings were from a qualitative phase, and therefore there's need to then further research and look at the quantitative phase so that the results can be generalized. And then in terms of the conclusions, urban agriculture is indeed valuable, and people are practicing crop production, there's livestock, as well as a value addition. And then in terms of food security, in terms of the benefits, there's improved food security, there is generation of income, as well as a strengthening of the community relationships. And in terms of the challenges, farmers face land insecurities, climate risks, water shortages, as well as lack of formal support. And lastly, in terms of what farmers are doing, farmers are using creative ways and community-driven responses like land sharing in order to address the issues. And in terms of recommendations overall—
Your time is up. You're gone beyond.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naisha. And I want to believe those that want to interact with you and get more about this presentation, they can always request, and also you also be present when we do the question and answer session. I'm a little bit strict when it comes to time, because I want everyone else to get a share of their presentation, and also when people are still there to listen to their presentation. Sorry about that, but thank you very much for that particular presentation on urban agriculture. And I want to believe Ontatile is now ready with her presentation. Can you please share your screen and just join us on this session? Ontatile is third-year student at the University of Venda in the Department of Urban and Regional Planning. So this conference is also taking a dimension of mentoring young scholars, upcoming scholars, and it takes me to Lehoho's presentation about children. How can they be included in the planning process? And I want to believe this conference is giving us such kind of a platform whereby even young scholars can be nurtured to become also big minds when they also rub shoulders with professors, with postdoctoral students, and they're also part of the emerging researchers. So welcome, Ontatile. Can you please give us your mind? And we're looking forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me quickly switch on.
Ontatile,
Hello.
can you, Ontatile, they are no, please accept, they are trying to move you to plenary so that I can share your screen.
Oh, okay.
Can we share a screen? Can you share the screen? You keep declining to be moved. Why are you declining?
I keep declining.
You are declining. They are trying to move you, but you are declining it.
Okay, let's see.
You are not doing anything. They are moving you from here. Just accept.
Oh, okay.
Yes? Can you share your screen now? You can share your slides on your own now. That's good. So you can put it on presentation mode.
Okay. Are we together now?
Good. All right, go ahead. 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Greetings to you all. I am Ushashana Untadile, and it is a pleasure to be a part of this conversation. The topic of my paper is Let's Stop Acting Surprised, Climate Change is Not New. And it is about adapting to climate change in South Africa through land use and building codes. What you can expect from this presentation is a background and an introduction to the study, as well as a walkthrough the aim of the study and the objectives, as well as the method and analysis. We'll also be unpacking the study findings and results, as well as giving some recommendations and ending with a conclusion. Now let's kickstart out the presentation. Climate change is no longer a distant threat, but a living reality for vast communities throughout the world. And this then brings us to understanding how crucial it is to explore climate resilience and adaptation efforts in a changing climate. Lately, flooding occurrences in South Africa have increased, and in this study, we will be focusing on the case of the lived experiences of displaced African single women in the aftermath of the 2022 April floods in KwaZulu-Natal. And what was observed from this case study was that despite the repetitive and predictable nature of flooding, this has not been matched with a proportional response in adaptation responses. So just because we're looking at KZN alone doesn't mean that climate change is confined to the borders of KwaZulu-Natal. No, this is a devastation that echoes across the whole of South Africa, such as in provinces like Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, just to name a few disaster hotspots in South Africa. It is a nationwide phenomenon in South Africa. What this desktop study seeks to explore is that flooding disasters in South Africa are not merely a consequence of inadequate climate change knowledge, but it reveals that there is an existence of systematic underpreparedness in managing and responding to climate change in South Africa. And now let us also look at what research methods and approaches used in this desktop study. The methodology used is a desktop study, and we're also focusing on the case of KwaZulu-Natal, and we're using secondary data, and we are confined to the parameters of climate-induced flooding and in the field of spatial and regional planning. Now, the data that was collected is the patterns, trends, and themes, as well as the experiences and practices from similar countries, so as to provide recommendations. Now, this brings me to our findings. So let us break down the findings. Before we go to the findings, let me ask. Okay. This presentation seeks to challenge the idea that climate change is a distant reality, and it is not. And this is because climate change is here, it's living with us. It is shaping how we live, it is shaping our everyday lifestyle. And if our response to it is to run away or pretend like it is not there, we are clinging to a false sense of reality. So now we have to redefine what true climate resilience is. And it is actually being able to adapt to changing conditions in order to survive. It is the ability to be flexible and withstand any shock and respond to an ever-changing climate. So what we found out from our case study is that the flooding in the KZN region is not a new phenomenon. It has always been there. And still today, we are struggling to adapt as if it's a new thing. Although there has been research from climate researchers and from other literature warning us that climate change is here and we have to adapt to it, still today, in KZN, when there is a flood, people are still shocked, people are still surprised, people still don't know what to do. People live as if there are no floods in KZN, whereas there are. Then we also found out that the flood victims in the case study were fortunately relocated away from the flood regions that they were exposed to. And however, when they were relocated to areas that were still in flood risks, and the housing that they were accommodated with were not showing any signs of flood resilient features or any flood protection. All they did was move them from the area that where they experienced flooding events to another area where they had potential to experience flooding. And we also learned that there is outdated building regulations and failure to climate proof and prevent settlements and communities from being located in areas prone to flooding. This was done by overlaying the SDF of eThekwini, which was identifying flood risk areas over the current satellite image. And it showed that still today there are settlements that are lying in flood-prone areas. And it shows that also our building regulations and bylaws do not stress or emphasize that buildings and houses should have flood resilient features. They only emphasize the buildings and housing structures to meet the minimum requirements, but they do not push for housing structures and all to have flood resilient features. And also the land uses and zoning in these areas do not indicate any flood mitigation strategies that should be implemented in these areas. So, and then we also found out, now we also looked at what is the way forward for climate resilience in South Africa. South Africa's climate resilience will remain aspirational unless the gap between policy and practice in land use and building regulations is urgently bridged. And our recommendations are, for example, to implement what is called stilt housing and flood overlay zoning. And what this does is it allows settlements and communities to adapt to climate change and not necessarily run away and pretend like it's there. It shows that this type of housing shows that these people live in a flood prone area. They are adapted. They live with the water. They do not run away from the water. They live with it. They coexist with it. And as you can see on the diagram on the slide, the house is elevated on stilts. And what happens is when there's flooding or heavy rainfall, the water just easily flows beneath the water instead of toppling the house and taking it away. And this is not a new strategy. This is not a new concept. Humans have been adapting and living in water and living with the water. And it is seen from examples in Thailand and Benin, where villages from long ago have been living with the water and living in the water. So now, today, for us to be climatically resilient, we still need to have that survival skill of adapting, the same that people in the past had. It's a matter of taking notes from the past. So that's our recommendation to adapting to climate-induced flooding. Now, to conclude, spatial planning and transformation policy efforts and initiatives should focus on adjusting the land use policies and building codes with the goal of creating climate-resilient communities under a changing climate. The next flood disaster isn't a question of if, but it's a question of when. If climate resilient is what we truly want, then spatial planning and transformation efforts should reflect that by taking climate change seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ontatile. Thank you for your presentation. I would take it as a maiden speech. I want to believe this is the first presentation ever, being a third-year student, and well done. We expect to see more. This is only the beginning. So whenever they call for papers, especially for their journal, make sure you prepare that particular this presentation and turn it into a paper, and with your mendo, please make sure you submit. Well done. Thank you very much. Do we still have someone who hasn't presented in this particular session? Right. Then that takes us to the question and answer session. And it's going to end at around 14:54 or at 3 o'clock. Dr. Ayo.
Yes, Prof. Are there questions? One, two. We have two questions here. Go ahead. Can they go ahead?
Hello. So I was talking to myself all this a while.
We can hear you. I'm just asking,
So
like, can they go ahead with their question?
yes, did you hear me after the last presentation?
Yes, we did.
Okay, well done. Then let us just, do we still have anyone who hasn't presented, Dr. Ayo?
Nobody from here?
And
Nobody.
online? I think we have had, how about Adelkani?
Nobody has indicated. Nobody. There are some that.
Okay, thank you very much. Which means we are doing well with regards to time. And let us have the questions. Can we have any questions from the house?
All right. Two questions.
Yes.
Okay. My first insight is just to thank Untatile for the insight presentation. Especially, I became happy when you recommended you on your recommendation you stated that you should not run away from the problem, but you should come up with a solution. So thank you for that. So my main question that I had, it was for Sebastian. Sebastian was also displaying pictures there of the areas which are affected. And the problems that were stated there, it was deforestation and so I just want to check on your studies, you did not show the recovery strategies that you want to recommend for the affected places. So, some of the affected areas, they use indigenous knowledge to deal with deforestation through education to build resilience and also train them to work on forestation, because sometimes plantation of trees help for the ground to be stable, and even when it is raining, it can resist rain because the ground is stable. So what are you recommending for your study based on the challenges that you did state in the beginning of your studies? Thank you.
Second question.
My question is for Faith, who had presented on urban agriculture. My question is, what role can municipalities play in scaling up these initiatives as a nature-based solution?
One more.
Thank you for the presentations. I've got two questions, one for Munashe, who was presenting on urban agriculture. She talked about municipal regulations which are against or do not accommodate urban agriculture. Then she did indicate that they do have some community gardens. So I think I need clarity on who designates land for community gardens. Then I also want to know the extent to which the municipality is in trying to accommodate or to come up with new regulations which are accommodative of urban agriculture. Then the other question is to do with, I think there was a paper on urban resilience and flooding, Nigerian paper. Yes, right. Yeah, he did talk about the use of indigenous knowledge as far as urban heat is concerned. Now, I think in one of the findings, he noted that indigenous structures, they seem to be much better than those built of modern materials. Now, I want to find out the extent to which the government or the municipality is accommodative of indigenous knowledge, specifically indigenous materials, which can be used in building houses in urban areas. If that is the case, then how far have the government gone to put in place legislations for this particular use? Thank you.
Thank you. Three questions from here. Over to you, Prof. Prof. Iguani?
Hello, Dr. Ayo. Yes, allow the presenters to react. Let's hear from them and let's learn from the conversation.
Okay, Ishan, do you want to go first? The question by Prof on indigenous knowledge as regards to the urban heat island. You want to go
Okay.
first, Ishan?
Okay, let me go first. Thank you, sir. With regarding to the use of indigenous architecture, which is vernacular architecture, for example, the use of ram earth, which has almost 8 hours time lag. In Katsina State, to be precise, the municipality and the government has not done any policy or any ongoing research or projects that are using indigenous knowledge. But even the urban cities are still adapting to the use of courtyard in order to cater for the extreme heat of the surrounding environment. Also, due to the lack of electricity, the intermittent nature of electricity in the surrounding, most of the people also are using the architect and the builders are using a large windows for their cross ventilation, and also in order to cater for the extreme heat of the surrounding. But there is no any actual building code that was there to cater for this extreme heat event, and also there wasn't any improvement or any council, any guidance from the government or municipality on ways to include and adapt to the vernacular architecture, traditional buildings with the modern design in order to help the residents of the buildings. So that's why most of the time there are a lot of health issues, especially illness and sicknesses like malaria. There used to be more, as during our focus group discussion, most of the doctors told us that there used to be a lot of sicknesses during the dry season in Katsina State, especially diarrhea, especially malaria and other illnesses. And also, people that have hypertension, that is mostly the elderly people that have also diabetes, which have pre-existing medical condition, used to suffer during that time of period. So the government has not done anything for now, but we are hoping in the future with the imagining of new scholars, conferences like this, maybe if there are some in Nigeria, things might get better in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Isha. Faith, do you want to go next as regard the question on urban agriculture? Faith et al. Faith Chineta et al.
It's Menashe who made the presentation.
Oh, Monashe, please go on.
Yes, and I'll take that one. So when I looked at the questions, I think they are related, that were relating to my presentation. So I'll start by saying that with Mutare, it's a gap town, and most of the area around the city is now occupied by either residents or one way or the other. So there isn't much free vacant land available. And then in terms of the community gardens, what the communities are doing when they see a vacant piece of land, they then share. So it will not be one person who will take that whole piece of the chunk within the community. So they'll have, each one will have a block, and each one will have a block. So they have managed to have that structure within themselves when they identify land that is not being utilized. And then in terms of who allocates the land, that was not there before the policy, but now that the policy is there, and the policy is not quite old. And from our study, a lot of the residents, a lot of people are not aware of the policy. So now as to what role does the municipality plays? I think the municipality now plays a role in terms of creating awareness, in terms of the policies, in terms of the guidelines, now that the policy is there, so that everyone is aware of what is required. And also they can also facilitate stakeholders coming together so that the concerns of various stakeholders are heard and are addressed. And also in terms of the people who already have structure, I think the municipality can then regularize those that are within or that fall within what the policies and guidelines state. So I'm not sure if I answered all the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think Dr. Ayo, we can continue with the conversations off the platform. And thank you so much. And allow me to go because you can say I'm pressed for time. Otherwise, thank you, and I'm leaving. But you can continue to chair even in my absence, especially the debates. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Is
Bye.
there anyone else? Is there anyone online that still want to present? All right, in the absence of any, we just want to announce that tomorrow will be the grand finale. We encourage everyone to come in early. And it's very important that we come in so that we can finish on time. The time is still 9 o'clock. We start 9 o'clock tomorrow. For those who are on ground, we encourage you to come early as 8 o'clock, half 8, so that you could have some time for breakfast before the section starts by 9 o'clock. For some of our visiting scholars from UJ, from across the globe, there will be a tour of the School of Built Environment, most precisely Department of Urban and Regional, Town and Regional Planning, sorry, and Department of Housing immediately after today's session. So if you want to know where the department is, what our studio looks like, where our students are being shaped to become experts, you're welcome to join on the tour. We just meet by the courtyard where we take pictures. Outside that, room 2 and room 3 are still on. We encourage both those who are here physically and those online to join those rooms. Thank you very much. You don't put it there. Yeah.